Hey, welcome to Socialism for All. This is S4A Livestream number 116, being recorded on May 8, 2024, and I am joined at twitch.tv/Socialism S4A by a little over 2 dozen. Oh no, that just jumped up to 32 viewers. So, yeah, today we're going to do some chat. I have some things pulled. I wasn't really sure that I was going to stream today. I haven't streamed in a number of weeks. And yeah, well, anyway, we'll go over all that in a minute. But welcome to everybody who was able to make it. I just announced this like an hour ago. So, glad that at least somebody saw it and was able to show up. So, yeah, I guess we can start with what's new on the channel. I've been doing a lot of audiobooks. We've been working our way through the anti-Browderism, aka First Wave USA Anti-Revisionism playlist, which talks about the CPUSA, Communist Party of the United States, turned toward revisionism and then dissolution in the 1940s. This was headed by their General Secretary, Earl Browder, who at one time was a good communist, but then started putting out ridiculously opportunist lines. And then William Z. Foster, another leader within the party, stepped up to try to, quote, correct these, but then he took more of a centrist, still kind of opportunist line. And so the party really started to drift rightward from this point on, and wasn't a good situation. So we're still working on that playlist, and we'll be working on it for months, but I think that's an important one. You know, I am in the US. Most of the audience is, by no means all of the audience is, but I think a majority of the audience of this channel is in the US. It's important for us to understand what's going on in our country, in our communist movement, etc., and what the history of that is, and understanding why CPUSA is the way it is, I think is important. And this pretty extensive playlist, I intend to do like several dozen pieces in that playlist, is oriented toward exactly that, understanding that, and then trying to come up with a plan of action, to see what we can do about trying to revive a communist movement here. There are a number of other things actually in that playlist. In some of the videos, I've seen a lot of people plugging the Revolutionary Communists of America. However, don't be fooled. These are Trotskyists. They're not Marxist-Leninists. These are the IMT, International Marxist Tendency, just rebranding. They formed a party. It's the RCA. And so there was a lot of comments kind of plugging that. But you don't want anything to do with Trotskyism. We're going to cover Trotskyism in some more detail in the coming months. I have some readings planned for that. But yeah, in the meantime, take my word for it, Trotskyism is not a thing that we're about here at the channel, and wouldn't recommend at all. So that's one of the things. Another thing that we have going on the channel, I recently revived the Lavender and Red playlist. Lavender and Red is a series of 120 short articles by Leslie Feinberg, formerly of the Workers' World Party. And so we're on part 13 now. There's 120. This is basically the intersection of LGBTQ plus and socialist history. So it is the story of the struggle for LGBTQ plus rights, because that is a historically oppressed set of identities, and how that intersects with the broader struggle of the proletariat. So very good series so far. Each installment or segment is about a half an hour. So we've been putting those up in groups of 3. We have 4 of those up, so 12 parts. And that was one of the things that I was working on in the fall that kind of fell by the wayside when the whole Israel-Palestine thing blew up. And I started doing a lot on that, and that was just demanding kind of like, attention pretty much every day from week to week for months on end. Obviously, it still is important. Israel invading the Rafah crossing area and all kinds of stuff. I was just posting about this topic today. But I am kind of recouping some of the threads that we had going in the fall. And so picking up Lavender and Red is one of those. Also, alongside the anti-Browderism playlist, I've been doing a playlist of Fascism and Social Revolution by Rajani Palm Dutt, a British UK communist who in the 1930s wrote a really excellent treatise on fascism. There's like 14 chapters in the book, I think. We've done the preface, introduction, and the first 4 chapters so far. I just posted What is Fascism yesterday. That is chapter 4. Highly, highly, highly recommend What is Fascism chapter 4. If you don't listen to anything else out of the book, I would recommend listening to the whole thing, but take an hour and definitely listen to What is Fascism. This is a great book so far. In fact, I would say it might be my favorite book of all time. It's definitely, I think that when it's done, it's probably going to be like 15 hours long. And I'll glue all the parts together into one video finally at the end. But I think that I'm going to have this one pinned for a while because it is, I wish somebody had given me this book 25 years ago when I first started becoming interested in social and political topics. Would have saved me enormous amounts of time. I think that and, the State and Revolution will be the pinned videos for YouTube. Actually lets you pin different videos for subscribers and non-subscribers, so I'll figure out which is going to be which. But yeah, super important book and absolutely loving it so far. I definitely come to socialism from an anti-war and anti-fascist place. Like, that is where I'm coming from. I know some people come to it from like philosophy. I don't really get philosophy brain. I just don't understand that whole thing. My thing is more like, why is society so upside down, and why is there exploitation and oppression, and how do we stop the wars? And so, going through different things and finally coming to the workers' movement. Oh, we're the ones who actually have the power to stop this. And that's where it all started making sense. And the Marxist-Leninist explanations of fascism, to me, are, what really, really people need to know. Clara Zetkin, actually Bordiga, although he later on, had the anti-Leninist thing and everything, actually wrote a decent report on fascism. I was reading a bunch of stuff from around that time, the early 20s, and really good. I feel like the Dutt work is right in that vein and really solid. And as a commenter was pointing out, I am reading from the 3rd edition, and this did have a couple of things added in where the Comintern's position on fascism under Dimitrov started getting a little wishy-washy and less clear than it had been. And I didn't realize that, otherwise I might have done the 2nd edition. I just figured I'll do the, the final edition of the piece. But anyway, one of my favorite books of all time, at least so far. So we'll see where that goes in the future. So that's some of what is new on the channel and what you can expect. And then when I finish the Browder or the Fascism and Social Revolution playlist, whichever ends first, I'm going to add in the next playlist, which is going to be chapter by chapter reading of Anti-Düring Part 2 by Engels, which is the next reading in the basic Marxism-Leninism study guide playlist. So there's like 3 more things in that. Anti-Düring Part 2, Capital Volume 1, which we're going to do chapter by chapter, I guess over the summer at some point or the fall. And then Lenin's Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism. Actually, today I was so revved up by chapter 4 of Fascism and Social Revolution. I kind of just wanted to go record chapter 5 today and just keep it going. But I thought, I haven't streamed in a long time. I should probably just do that. And I had to kind of give myself a kick in the ass to do this today because I really did need a break. But here we are. I have some stuff pulled. We can also chat. But yeah, we'll see what happens. About that, the last stream was a while ago. And at the end of the last stream, number 115, I did tease a bunch of stuff that I was going to do in the next stream, which I thought at that time was going to be like the next week or maybe 2 weeks later. Well, basically a lot of the stuff that I had pulled has expired now. And so it's not really going to be worth doing. And in general, I was trying to get some momentum going. And I think I actually did get some momentum going for a while there with the live streams. The fact of the matter, and let's thank the patrons, by the way. Unfortunately, I just updated the patrons thing, and then I didn't. It's not available for this stream right now. So this is a slightly outdated patron thanks screen. But thanks to the patrons for supporting this channel financially. It is non-commercial, so we don't run ads or do sponsorships. And we get a pretty good amount of support, which allows me to spend a certain amount of time on this channel. Like I said, I was trying to build up momentum with the live streams. I think I did for a while, then I kind of lost it. I think that the level of support, though it is excellent, does need to get a bit higher before I can really give the time to this. Maybe when it hits about 1,500-1,600 a month regularly, which we're not that far off from that, but there's a significant gap where when those numbers come in, I think I'll be able to be like, okay, I can do, XYZ on a regular basis. I was trying to stretch it, and I even said in the last stream that I would be doing the first Cooking with S4A research piece sort of, or additional stream by the end of the month. I wanted to just jump in. Unfortunately, my earlier instinct that I really needed to get kind of a higher level of support first, that was actually accurate. So I don't have that today. Started working on the research for it. Realized it's just going to take more time because I want to do it right. And yeah, so anyway, if you'd like to chip in, patreon.com/socialismforall or buymeacoffee.com/socialismforall. Put something in the tip jar, whether it's recurring or whether it's one time, and it helps, And like I said, the level of support has gone up greatly over time. There's also been a lot of people who actually, well, we're looking at the April screen right now. I just updated the May screen. A lot more names turned to blue, which means supporting for 3 years, or to green, which is supporting for 2 years, and then also some people turned yellow, which is supporting for over a year. So a lot of long-term support. I really appreciate that. People who are just into what we're doing here. There's a lot of subscribers to the channel. I've talked about this before. We just crossed 22,000 on the YouTube, and that's great. I love to see that. Still, the numbers, as far as the people who actually follow sort of every video or like every other video that comes out, the view counts are higher than they were a couple years ago, but they haven't grown as much as the overall subscriber count has. So I know that there's a relatively small core of people who really, really consistently follow the channel. I know some of you comment regularly, others are just supporters and, stay more in the background. But I know that that's really who I'm doing this channel for, is me and the other people who are just hungry for this stuff and following it closely and getting into the nitty gritty. You know who you are. There's a lot of other people that will listen to maybe 1 or 2 or 5 or 10 audiobooks, and great. I'm super happy that you've come along even on that ride. I would much rather that you heard The State and Revolution than not, or Reform or Revolution or not, or Value, Price, or Profit or not, and so on. I would rather that you listen to at least a few key Marxist theory texts than none. But, it's just a rarer breed of people who are really intensely studying this stuff regularly. I see, like I said, some of you in the comments, just commenting on all the stuff and making notes. I love to see that because that's my own approach to this. But, it is what it is. We don't do a ton of drama stuff on this channel, or that, super easy to digest fluff. I mean, I try to make the stuff digestible and understandable, even for people who are maybe just beginning. And I'm always happy to engage with good faith stuff in the comments of people asking questions. But, the people who are really just dying to know this and to get into the whole history, there are just fewer of us. That's good. And still, it's not that I'm going to start throwing lots of fluff in. In fact, I feel like I'm doing less fluff than ever these days. So, yeah, welcome and salute. I see you. Red salute to everybody who is actually, getting into the thick of it and into all the details. But in any case, what we're going to do today is pretty much the thread got broken from the last stream. So we're just going to start with some new stuff. And hey, I think it's still going to be an exciting and good stream. So, the bottom line to me is, are we doing stuff that is interesting and that I'm excited about, and that has some consistency with what people have been enjoying and following along with in the past? And anyway, so that's what we're going to do. Cooking with S4A, I'll do it as soon as I can, but like I said, I want to do it right. And as I mentioned, I've just struggled to keep the momentum on the live streams up as the level of support goes up, and I am able to devote more and more time. And because honestly, when I see the numbers, I basically check the Patreon and collect the money once a month. As I've seen those numbers go up, I've really, I feel accountable to the people who are supporting it on that level. And so I redirect my time accordingly with however many hours of my labor you've sort of purchased, to do that. So definitely as the support goes up, you're going to see more and more of that. But, I might sometimes overpromise. It's always just something that we're adjusting. And so that's one adjustment that's being made for the stream. All right, so enough of that. Let's get back to the regular screen here. So before we get into anything today, let's just see what's going on in the chat. And by the way, I will say you are definitely guaranteed, I can already think of some exceptions here, but I can basically commit wholeheartedly to one stream per month minimum. Definitely. Sometimes there will be more than that. I don't think there will ever be less than one stream a month. So I must say though, as I've kind of pulled back focus from that and putting it more into the audiobooks, that's definitely more where my head is at. So I don't think I'd be able to do this channel like a bread tube thing if I wanted to. This is a channel for studying and more kind of focused discussion, I guess you can say. I'll take a break from Kim Stanley Robinson's Red Mars for some quality S4A. There you go. I've been reading Domenico Lacerto's book on Stalin and find myself frequently wishing there was an S4A discussion to go with it. Maybe someday. I've heard a lot about that book. I don't know. How many people in the chat have read that book? I will say some of the people promoting it are not the kind of people who I usually take recommendations from. So I don't know, but let me know how it is. Is the Drake-Kendrick rap beef just coincidence? I have no idea. I mean, as far as distracting from the student protest, there's always celebrity gossip going on. So, I don't think it's manufactured in the sense that like rappers and celebrities have beef with each other always. What the media does is what the media does. Finnish Bolshevik has some good videos on Trotsky. Definitely, Finball has done a lot of anti-Trotsky stuff. I haven't started a major anti-Trotsky thing yet on the channel or like playlist or anything. But like I said, I do have some things that I plan to do on that topic because more and more people have been asking about it. Why do so many people have trouble spotting the differences between what a Marxist-Leninist group should be and the plethora of Trotskyist groups out there? Well, I think a lot of people don't really know what a Marxist-Leninist group should be. So that's for starters. And I think it was Hoja that was saying that, or was it Stalin? I can't remember. Saying that, no, I think it was Stalin. Might have been in Mastering Bolshevism. Anyway, that Trotskyism is the advanced detachment of the bourgeoisie, like in the vanguard. And so anyway, I think a lot of people don't really know, and they attract a lot of beginning people who haven't really studied anything. So that's my take on it. There is also the problem that a lot of self-styled Marxist-Leninists today are not actually following a Marxist-Leninist line. They are revisionist. So actually, we're going to do some reading about that. I found a really good, I forget who even linked this, but there was a good repository on GitHub, of all places, where a user, Red-Spectre, has been putting together some good articles and collections of quotes and research. So we're actually going to read something from that today about revisionism with regard to China and, well, we'll do that when we do it later in the stream. Also, the Trotskyist groups are funded by the bourgeoisie, ABC state intelligence groups to muddy the waters of left theory. Trotskyism has always been really big in the UK and the US. And yeah, those kinds of rumors of intelligence involvement, they could be true. I don't know that I've ever seen that specifically proven, but there's a long history of anti-Trotskyist struggles starting within the USSR itself. Trot groups are notorious for being crypto liberals, quote, revolutionary rhetoric with liberal practice. And that was what I was going to say before about, I think that they attract a lot of more kind of beginning Marxists, is that they are sort of omnipresent. The first, quote, Marxists who I ran into, organized Marxists, in real life was a Trotskyist group. And to be honest, they turned me off to socialism for a while. So, they're out there and it's very possible to stumble across them. And so when people join, say, like a DSA or some other, big tent left thing, and not even just now, but in the past too, you'd be very likely to run across a Trotskyist group. So it, for a lot of people, I think could be the way to step into, quote, Marxism from, more liberal positions, or, not really having studied any Marxism. That was people's sort of introduction because they didn't really know better. And also it was more comforting to them in the sense and easy to make that leap. And I think Trotskyists know this because they repeat a lot of the anti-communist myths about Stalin and so on. And so a lot of people are like, oh, okay, well, this is compatible with the anti-communist, programming that I've already gotten from the society at large. Capitalist society has already told me these things. And so it becomes that kind of, halfway step. That's not to say that this is a good thing or that, people always continue beyond the errors of Trotskyism. A lot of people just think that's communism and that's it. And they never really study things that are more critical of Trotskyism. But anyway, that was my other kind of main thought on it. Another comment. Have you been keeping up with the avian flu outbreak in cattle? No, I just saw something about it in passing. We might be very close to a pandemic again, but with a disease that has a 50% fatality rate. No, actually, I haven't seen that at all. I don't have COVID stuff pulled today. COVID, of course, has continued to decline, although not evenly. I mean, this is the seasonal thing. You come out of the winter. We had kind of a long holdover of COVID this winter. It went at elevated levels much later into the early spring than it usually does. It has started to taper off, although not evenly. It varies county by county. And, COVID is definitely still a thing. Very, very few people still mask. I do plan to do more COVID stuff, and I was pulling articles. Just what I was pulling for today went in kind of a different direction, more of the economics and finance stuff. But, I haven't really seen that about the cattle outbreak of bird flu. So that particular strain has a high mortality rate. Human infections are still incredibly rare, but it's been killing cows down in Texas, last I heard. So that's the thing with the bird flu, is where you get a pandemic risk situation or imminent risk for the human population is when there's human to human transmission. So you might see cases of bird flu or other animal diseases among people who work closely with animals, like handling chickens and that kind of thing. But it can't necessarily spread from person to person. So it can spread between animals and it can spread from animals to humans, but it's when it can spread between humans that you really have to worry about. And it takes some mutations for it to do that. Otherwise, it wouldn't be known as the avian flu. It would be known as, just some other kind of flu that birds can catch. But yeah, no, I haven't been following that. I kind of took a little break from social media lately, so probably missed a few things. and everyone in the US has long COVID, so it might have a higher mortality rate. I mean, this isn't a good time for people's immune systems, that's for sure. The UK HSA stats on COVID haven't been updated recently. The government appears to be dragging its feet on COVID. No, I don't believe it. There's been at least one bird flu infection in a Texas farmer last month. Yeah, that's what I was saying is like he's working directly with the cows or the chickens or whatever. And you can get it that way. But it's when that farmer starts passing it on to other humans, that's where it gets concerning. All right. I see somebody who's a new patron in the chat. Welcome, Slav. Was a big fan for 8 months now and then signed up. Welcome aboard. Glad to have you. Like I was saying, it's like this is a channel for the more kind of hardcore people who really can handle lots of text, and can get into the specifics and try to digest stuff at a bit of a higher level. And yeah, we do have live streams where we have chat and discussion and people can ask additional questions and so forth. But the core of the channel, we're, trying to stay away from fluff. So I'm always happy to see that there are people that are interested in that. So great. The WHO upgraded their own facilities with airborne measures while they lied about saying that COVID is not airborne in spring 2020. Send me a link on that. I would definitely cover that. Can anyone recommend me theory on the commodity form? Is it abolished under socialism? We're going to talk actually a little bit about that today. Are the droplets of COVID not airborne? Is there a functional difference? So droplets versus aerosols are kind of just a question of size. Droplets are the bigger, moist clumps, I guess you could say. They're drops, they're droplets. It's right in the name. So droplets are heavier and they're more inclined to fall, down to earth, whereas airborne things are smaller particles that stay suspended in the air more like smoke. So there you go. And I mean, as far as droplets being airborne, yes, that is airborne. I mean, if it can spread, like there's certain things that can't spread by people sneezing and things like that at all. But there are also things that can, but the difference that we're talking about with droplets versus aerosols is how long it hangs in the air. But then there's also some diseases that don't spread at all by that kind of transmission. Yeah, COVID is airborne and it can stay all over a room's air even hours after people leave. Yeah, it hangs in the air more like smoke, where the particles aren't heavy enough to, clump together and fall to the ground. So they just stay hanging in the air. In other words, the like minor air currents and everything are enough to just keep them suspended in the air for a long period of time. And so that's why we need better filtration and ventilation and disinfection. So the disinfection is like putting UV lights, not out in the open, but like inside of air filters so that we talked about this in an earlier stream, so that you suck the air past the UV lights. And you see this in some places where it's like mounted up by the ceiling, where it sucks the air up to the ceiling and then it puts it in contact with the UV light. And you have to use pretty strong UV light, which isn't necessarily good, for eyes or skin or anything like that. And then, ventilation speaks for itself, get fresh air in there, and then also the filtration. So that's more of a mechanical, like pulling air through a filter. And I've put material on the channel before and we've covered it in streams, building a Corsi-Rosenthal box. This is a DIY air filter that you can get all the parts for under $100. Very high quality filter. And I have 2 of them. I was actually just replacing the filters on my first one, which really got gunked up. I mean, I was only running it for like a year. And maybe longer, but running it for a year, it picked up so much dust in the air that it just got totally gunked up, where if you I'll see if I can post a picture of like putting the new filter which is just bright white, next to the old filter. Just night and day difference. Night and day difference. But basically all you need, you get a box fan for like $20, and then you get 4 furnace filters. They sell them like in 20 by 20 by 1, so it's like a 20-inch, or you can get a 24 or whatever other size. Like it's about 2 feet on each side, square, and then like an inch thick. And you then put the box fan on top and a piece of cardboard on the bottom, which you can just use the cardboard from the box fan box, and if you bought it new. And then you just duct tape the whole thing together so that it's airtight. And you put the box fan on top, pointing up, and the piece of cardboard on the bottom. So the 4 filters are on the sides. And then you just plug it in and turn it on. And so the fan blows the air up and it sucks in the air on all the sides. And like I said, the difference is visible after running it for a while. You can definitely see all the dust and other stuff that gets built up on the filters, but they actually work. You have to check what the MERV rating is, MERV. It's just a measure of like how intense the filtration is. And I forget exactly off the top of my head, but look up Corsi-Rosenthal box, Corsi-Rosenthal, Rosenthal. And like I said, you can get this stuff for like $100 all told. I know that Lowe's in particular, they give you a discount if you get 4 filters at the same time, which is exactly what you need. And yeah, just put together this box. It takes about 45 minutes to like cut everything down and tape it up with the duct tape, but super great filter that can remove bacteria and even viruses from the air. So yeah, there's really no excuse. It's super cheap, lasts a long time, and worth it. Just not even for just disease, but it's going to reduce all of the really tiny pollution from the air, especially if you're near a road or you're near a highway or you're in a city or you're near, a chemical plant or anything. It can pull a lot of the really tiny pollution out of the air, which is really bad, especially for your deep lungs. The really small particulate matter can get lodged in the deep lungs and cause all kinds of problems over time. So, this can really dramatically improve the quality of the air that you're breathing. And then there's just all the indoor materials as well that, your carpets break down, wall materials break down. That's where dust comes from, basically. And, let alone if you have animals or whatever else that can just help pull all that crap out of the air so it doesn't end up in your lungs. Let's see. China passed a new corporate law giving a seat of power to the workers, and I wonder if it's concessionary, fascist, or actually progressive. I saw that you DM'd me that. I really haven't had time to look at it yet, but we will be actually talking about China today too, so yeah. GitHub is a good place for collaborative documents. You can send pull requests to contribute. Well, they definitely did a very nice job with what we're going to read today, I think. Trotskyism is just like the bourgeoisie covering their bases. I don't know enough about Trotskyism aside from Trotsky being the peasant stomper. Yeah, so like I said, we're going to do a few audiobooks as soon as I have like a clear week where I feel like just taking a step back from the anti-browderism for a minute. There's a couple of other standalone audiobooks I'm going to squeak in. Yeah. We have to look out for transmission of the bird flu to pigs because our DNA is similar enough where a human contagion is more likely. Starting a new job myself soon and feel very nervous about it. High-end restaurant that does a ton of volume. Not sure I'll be able to handle it. I think it's cliche, but it comes down to the people. Depends on, what the culture is going to be like there and, what your coworkers and whatever the chain of command is going to be like, I think. I have been in situations where, there was relatively difficult work, but the staff and the camaraderie made it tolerable and people helped each other out. And then I've been in situations that weren't as difficult, but then a really bad staff situation made it impossible. Where it could have been really easy, but just the way that people were made it different and basically insufferable. So anyway, keep us updated. Continuing off of that, I know it can cook to the quantity they want, but 800 covers on busy nights is a huge difference from my current kitchen. That is a lot. I mean, I hope no matter what happens, that you stay safe and learn something. So whatever it is, I hope that it furthers your growth. But keep us posted. Solidarity to the student movement and the broader pro-Palestine movement. Good things are happening. Militancy is brewing. Unfortunately, I've been hearing too much talk that the, quote, classic Marxist notion that the proletariat are the revolutionary agents has been proven wrong and that it's the students or something. Well, most students are proletarians, so it doesn't really, those are not necessarily mutually exclusive things in the first place. And no, the organized proletariat is the only, first of all, the students haven't done anything yet. I mean, this is a demonstration. It's an expression of opinion. It's an expression of sentiment, but it has not seized any power. The organized proletariat is the only group in capitalism that can actually effect the end of capitalism. It's the only group that can lead that. The only group. We were just covering this actually in chapter 4 of Fascism and Social Revolution. Because if you have a revolutionary moment in which the proletariat fails to or chooses not to seize power, the bourgeoisie plug the gap with a fascist movement so that, basically a socialist communist movement cannot rise back up again. There's something in its place and so on. And so the bourgeoisie, big finance capital, they use basically the struggle in imperialism is between finance capital and the organized proletariat. But the organized proletariat is not the whole proletariat. It is the organized proletariat. There are other segments of the proletariat which are not organized. And so you have what Dutt was calling the slum proletariat, or I think, would be called Lumpen in times past. Like that's the German term for it. Lumpen proletariat, basically, kind of hopeless intergenerational poverty, people who are not really self-supporting, are like kicked out of the job market, have no real hope of getting, steady employment, turn to crime, and things like that. And also the demoralized proletariat, people who've given up on the struggle. Finance capital then, under fascism, uses these various other groups and also the middle class, who tend to be reactionary in the first place. Some of them aren't, but I'd say the majority are. And so they use the middle class and the slum proletariat and the demoralized proletariat to attack the organized proletariat, because the organized proletariat is the only group who can actually end capitalism. And nobody else can do it. So, like I said, first of all, students are not, they're not necessarily not proletariat. Most students are proletarian. But they haven't seized any power. They're just doing demonstrations so far. And there often is like a component of, anyway, that's a ridiculous, bottom line, that's a ridiculous thing to say. And yeah, that is a good point to Full Metal. If you can't do the volume, it is probably because they didn't staff enough people. It's not, you personally. I have about 13 cooks on the line those nights. That is a lot of cooks. Just saw this on new COVID variants in the UK. I'll cover this more later. The flirt variants are becoming the dominant strain. Well, so in the US, we have the situation where I think it's the JN1 has been dominant for weeks and weeks now, and there's not really a new strain yet. There will be, though. But one of the articles I was going to do, or I will do the next time that we do a COVID update, is talking about people need to understand new variant means vaccine resistant. When you get a new variant becoming dominant, it is because it has figured out and mutated to defeat the immune responses that exist. So it's looked at everything that we throw at it, and it's like, oh, I found a back door. So new variant equals vaccine resistant. And so, that's why if you use vaccines as your first and only line of defense. Like, yeah, use them. They're important. Use a vaccine. But they're more of the last line of defense in the sense that, or one of the later lines of defense, you need to stop transmission first, not getting infected, not just being like, oh, I'll get infected and then the vaccine will take care of everything else. The vaccines will reduce your odds of the worst outcomes developing from an infection. They will. They have some efficacy. But masking and just avoiding transmission in the first place, that's the key thing. And so you can't use a vaccines only strategy, or you're going to be playing that game forever. And you're rolling the dice on this thing, just, having a catastrophically severe mutation. And yeah, so people always say this kind of stuff. With regard to the student thing, it reminds me of someone I talked to recently claiming that Marx was wrong and class antagonism wasn't necessary for revolution. I mean, revolution is the changing of class, like which class rules. But so this person had no idea what they're talking about. But go back to Lenin, Marxism and revisionism. Talks about how, if mathematical proofs hurt somebody's bottom line, there'd be people arguing against math, This is always what happens in Marxism. They fight it tooth and nail because it threatens the entire power structure. And they always come up with this stuff, and it's always wrong. We just have to plow ahead and keep doing social science. Yeah, the Corsi-Rosenthal boxes are also good for wildlife season. Yeah, they'll pull whatever out of the air. Smoke particles, road crap, like I said, if you're near a road. I look away, and when I return, I see a Marxist explanation of how fans work and affect dust. It's important. This is, if you die, you can't participate in the struggle anymore. So, dying of pollution and airborne diseases is not really effective praxis. So we need to protect ourselves. Again, you can do a DIY high quality air filter for under $100. As someone who has grown quite a bit of fungus in their life, I know how many things are floating around the air. You really wouldn't expect it. If I could only kick these nicotine vapes. Yeah, I must say that is self-sabotage because you're deliberately putting it directly into your lungs when you're vaping. May I suggest the nicotine gum? That can be actually helpful, and it doesn't, have any bad effects other than just the nicotine itself getting into your bloodstream. But yeah, I would recommend the gum. I've seen that actually help people quit. So there you go. Fergie. I didn't realize Fergie was a comrade. Oh, combating liberalism, Fergie. I have no idea. Are we going to have like a bunch of Black Eyed Peas memes now? How are students proletarian? Well, unless they're living off of capital, they're proletarian. I like What is Fascism, how the author talked about how fascist theoreticians, quote unquote, end up calling it a revolution by and for the middle class. Yeah, that's its cover. That's how it gets legitimacy. In fact, it's the big bourgeoisie puppeteering the middle class and some other groups against the organized working class. It's wrong, but I get why the big capitalists want to pretend that they have a base and they get to blame another class for their dirty work. Absolutely. So that development of a fascist mass movement, like what's going on in the United States right now, you can see the transition of a sort of more proto-fascism into a more direct classical fascism between the George W. Bush and Dick Cheney administration from 2001 to 2009, and then into the Tea Party after the 2008 crash. And so you get the Tea Party in the early 20-teens, like 2008, 2009, 2010. 2010, you had all those libertarians, pseudo-populists get elected to the Congress, and there was that whole debacle with defaulting on the debt. And then it morphs into Trump and the birthers, and then MAGA. And so it's the development out of, Bush and Cheney in the 2000s launched a massive campaign of militarism and expanding the police state and everything else. It was taking right-wing policy a lot more extreme than it had been. but they didn't have the mass movement yet. It was still being run from the country club. And, they were starting to tinker with the pseudo populism, with W being the kind of guy you'd like to have a beer with, quote unquote, TM. And then it started going full on with the Tea Party, where they tapped all of the kind of crazies to come out of the woodwork, the super patriots and the sovereign citizens and the prohibitionists and like all the other fucking right-wing weirdos that were out there lurking, the sort of reserves of reaction. And, after the economic crash in 2008, they brought those people out as the new face of the, quote, populist Republican Party. And then this morphs and gets more and more consolidated with, birtherism and then MAGA. And here we are, So that's, I think, a good example of the fascist pseudo-mass movement taking shape in the last 20 years in this country. So there you go. What is the rating system for the furnace filters on a Corsi-Rosenthal box? You can look it up. Just look up like what are recommended MERV ratings. I want to say 13 or 14 is what you should start with, but check it out. Yeah, so Wastid is also saying MERV 13 is the recommendation for the box. I'm pretty sure that that is correct. I saw an anarchist who read Anarchist Theory. There they discovered so much anti-Semitism that they wanted to move to Marxism instead. Well, whatever works. It saddens me to see people in surgical masks. I know, and unfortunately a lot of the people who I see still masking are wearing masks that don't create a tight seal around your mouth and nose. You need that. But this is, again, the horrific public health messaging that has just totally failed people. And COVID is airborne, and treat it like smoke. If you leave an opening, it's going to come in the side of the mask, I mean, it's better than nothing, but get an N95. So this Fergie person is a Dungist and an heir of a billionaire Cox family, not a class traitor. I know nothing about this Fergie person, so I have no idea, but thank you for that, John. Did I already cover Drake versus Kendrick? Somebody mentioned it, but I to be honest, I've been watching videos the last few weeks. I haven't seen a thing about this, so whatever. Does this mean that we can't use the Drake meme anymore? Because I literally just made a Drake meme last night. It's here, this one. There's a lot of people that are like, ooh, more leftist infighting. No, it is not leftist infighting. That just tells me that you don't understand the history here. It is ideological struggle for correct ideas. And anyway, hoping that the Drake meme is still fair game for this foreseeable. I just like that meme format, but anyway. Crit and self-crit are great ways to avoid revisionist policy. Yeah, I mean, and especially for people like learning theory from a YouTube channel, let's admit that we don't come to this knowing everything that there is, and you're probably gonna, as you learn more, you will improve your position over the span of a few years, and let's engage in comradely ideological struggle about that. Except for the people who are sort of like obvious wreckers, and experienced enough to know better. I think Caleb Maupin is like less and less relevant these days, if at all. But a good example is somebody who had been in a party for years, has read theory, is willingly adopting Duginist fascism anyway. There's that, and then there's people who just picked this stuff up 6 months ago, like, and conversely, if you just picked this stuff up like 3 or 6 or 9 months ago, don't act like you know everything that there is. I know that you can get excited and that you're, now sort of on the correct track, but you just started that track. Be humble. You don't really know yet. So let's stick to what you actually know and leave room to learn what you don't. I give 3M Aura respirators or masks to taxi drivers and to my hairstylist. It's tiring having to educate them because we have no public health system. Yeah, I saw there was, I think, a post on Blue Sky. Somebody was like, I don't know what public health is about, but it doesn't seem to be about health. I thought that was spot on, actually. And yeah, if you're looking for a good N95, I have also used the 3M Auras. They're pretty good. I like those. Um, I was just going to say also, for situations where having the straps around your head doesn't make sense, like getting a haircut, there's another kind of mask, which is, I think, actually a P100, but it's called Ready Mask. I think Ready Mask, one word with an I, not a Y. And it sticks onto your face. So there's like an adhesive strip. You pull off the backing and you just stick it on your face, around your mouth and nose, and then you can get a haircut or whatever. So can be useful where the head straps, you know, are going to get in the way with whatever you're trying to do. Here's a wiki page of Fergie Chambers. Okay. Brand new topic to me. I neither know who Drake or Kendrick are. Well, then you're immune to the beef, I guess. Oh, okay. Fergie Chambers is a billionaire's son who started his own, quote, Marxist-Leninist group in Massachusetts. I'm going to have to look this person up now because I've just never heard of that before, yeah. I don't know how anyone thinks that destiny is anything other than a lukewarm dem sock at best. I mean, the guy refers to neoliberals as, quote, our neoliberal friends. So, yeah. Someone who doesn't know what he's talking about, proselytizing to people who know even less. I thought that the Norman Finkelstein takedown of Destiny was excellent, where he was asked about that later, after that debate that they had. And he's explaining, he's like, you know, when you devote your life to a subject and you've read hundreds of books and you've written books and you've done all kinds of academic presentations and everything else, and then you get somebody coming in who's read Wikipedia for 3 months and presumes to know more than you do about the subject. It's just like infuriating. And, you know, that's what his whole thing is. Yeah, Destiny's following at this point is a cult of cognitive dissonance. Recently, I watched the new Fallout, and I was expecting something decent to hit, but was subjected to anti-communist propaganda, kind of like Carnival Row, also on Amazon, just not as overt as it gets in the second season. Haven't seen it. Actually, I haven't seen either. All right. Well, anyway, I got lost there thinking about TV for a second. We're caught up with the chat. Let's get into... I actually have a reaction thing, a video for us to watch together planned later, but let's see what we can get through first. First off, I want to start with, what do I want to start with? Let's see, because I got some stuff on the domestic economy and I got some stuff on China. We kind of need to do both of them. Let's start with the China thing. So as I was mentioning before, Red-Spectre on GitHub. It's Red-Spectre. Doing some great work, and if we look a little more closely at their page here, down on the left-hand side, you can see that there's a bunch of different articles that they've put together against Dengism, against MAGA communism, against Trotskyism, some things about Albania, actually the successes of Albanian socialism, and so on. So today, I'd like to read their article against Dengism, which of course refers to Deng Xiaoping, the long-term leader in China after the death of Mao Zedong, who reintroduced capitalism in a major way, the, quote, opening up market reforms that were maybe not so good. So let's see. The table of contents here, it's going to cover the following topics. Is China socialist? But it's socialism with Chinese characteristics. It's socialism adapted to local conditions. That's one of the claims that you hear. But China kills billionaires. Why would a dictatorship of the bourgeoisie do that? What about poverty reduction? Isn't it just like Lenin's NEP? Which, in other words, a limited reintroduction of capitalism temporarily. And when discussing productive forces, we cannot forget the relations of production. So these are some of the topics we're going to get into. Let's start with, is China socialist? So, beginning, is China socialist? This can be answered by the question, does capital exist in China? According to Lenin and Stalin, starting with a Lenin quote from The State, we have it on the channel, it's a lecture that Lenin gave in 1919 at the Sverdlov University, quote, I have already advised you to turn for help to Engels' book, The Origin of the Family, Private Property, and the State. This book says that every state in which private ownership of the land and means of production exists, in which capital dominates, however democratic it may be, is a capitalist state, a machine used by the capitalists to keep the working class and the poor peasants in subjection, while universal suffrage, a constituent assembly, a parliament are merely a form, a sort of promissory note which does not change the real state of affairs. The forms of domination of the state may vary. Capital manifests its power in one way where one form exists, and in another way where another form exists. But essentially, the power is in the hands of capital, whether there are voting qualifications or some other rights or not, or whether the republic is a democratic one or not. In fact, the more democratic it is, cruder and more cynical is the rule of capitalism. One of the most democratic republics in the world is the United States of America, yet nowhere, and those who have been there since 1905 probably know it, is the power of capital, the power of a handful of multimillionaires over the whole of society, so crude and so openly corrupt as in America. Once capital exists, it dominates the whole of society, and no democratic republic, no franchise, can change its nature. So again, that's quoting from Lenin's The State, 1919. Now, I want to make the qualification on that one that, of course, Lenin here is talking about pre-revolutionary, so just existing bourgeois states that haven't had a proletarian revolution yet, and basically saying that you can't make it not capitalism just by changing the form of the government or introducing more democracy. However, does the converse hold true? In other words, if you have had a proletarian revolution, but then reintroduce capital, well, as it says, once capital exists, it dominates the whole of society. No democratic republic, no franchise or right to vote can change its nature. Well, can the alleged dictatorship of the proletariat even hold it in check? And of course, this is the position that is commonly put around today by people who do defend China for being socialist, is that, they've got it under control. That was probably the major point to me where I started becoming more skeptical of this. At first I accepted it. Then when I saw more of the extent of how capital has actually grown in China over the last 45 years since the market reforms and the opening up and all of that stuff, it just keeps growing and growing and growing. At what point does it, escape the control, if in fact it, even was in control in the first place? But anyway, continuing, now we have a Stalin quote. This is from Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR. Quote, it is said that commodity production must lead, is bound to lead, to capitalism all the same under all conditions. That is not true. Not always and not under all conditions. Commodity production must not be identified with capitalist production. They're two different things. Capitalist production is the highest form of commodity production. Commodity production leads to capitalism only if there is private ownership of the means of production, if labor power appears in the market as a commodity which can be bought by the capitalist and exploited in the process of production, and if, consequently, the system of exploitation of wage workers by capitalists exists in the country. Capitalist production begins when the means of production are concentrated in private hands and when the workers are bereft of the means of production and are compelled to sell their labor power as a commodity. Without this, there is no such thing as capitalist production. End of the quote. And in order to confirm the existence of capital, we quote from Marx, Capital, Volume 1, Chapter 33, we know that the means of production and subsistence, while they remain the property of the immediate producer, are not capital. They become capital only under circumstances in which they serve at the same time as means of exploitation and subjection of the laborer. So long, therefore, as the laborer can accumulate for himself, and this he can do so long as he remains possessor of his means of production, capitalist accumulation and the capitalistic mode of production are impossible. The class of wage laborers, essential to these, is wanting. Considering the fact that China not only allows wage exploitation, but has either the most or second most billionaires of any country on earth, it is safe to say that capital exists. Hence, it cannot be socialist. To address some counter-arguments to this. So, first, but they keep their capitalists under control, or they kill capitalists, but China is a dictatorship of the proletariat. So, in response, 4 points. 1, none of these is correct. 2, we already established that capital exists. We also established that capital always takes control of any state or society it exists in, given enough time, no exceptions. It follows that China cannot be a dictatorship of the proletariat, and finally, this argument will be given more detail below in its own category. So, it's per capita. Okay, but this is irrelevant and dishonest. I brought up the amount of the abundance of billionaires not because my point depended on it, but to point to the severity of the situation in China to prove that it's not young capital, but rather already developed late-stage capital. In this situation, it is impossible not to admit that capital has already taken control of society long ago. Using the per capita argument, like billionaires per capita, that kind of thing, tries to invalidate this position in the spirit of they might be on that terrible list, and they might score high on that terrible list. But it doesn't matter because of this other terrible list that they're on, in which they are, quote, only above Brazil and Kuwait and below the world average. So regardless, they still have a lot of billionaires, which have a lot of wealth, and this fact stands. More on this below. They also still compare disfavorably in these metrics to India, which by all accounts is capitalist. So if India is capitalist, then why wouldn't China be? And then there's the other point. It's like the NEP, and this will be addressed below. So on the point, it's socialism with Chinese characteristics. It's adapted to local conditions. That's why, it has these things that look like capitalism, but you just don't understand. This is just how the Chinese have to do it because of their situation. Socialism with Chinese characteristics, or SWCC for short, does not exist. Quoting Stalin from the conversation with the delegation of the CCCP of China in Moscow, we have this one on the channel, quote, "You speak of Sinified socialism. There is nothing of the sort in nature. There is no Russian, English, French, German, Italian socialism, as much as there is no Chinese socialism. There is only one Marxist-Leninist socialism. It is another thing that in the building of socialism, it is necessary to take into consideration the specific features of a particular country. Socialism is a science, necessarily having, like all science, certain general laws, and one just needs to ignore them, and the building of socialism is destined to failure." Unquote. When taking into account the local conditions, the end goal still remains the same. If we wish to reach from beginning to end, or in the chart below B to E, regardless of what C, conditions, we have in the middle, we find a way to get past them, or utilize them if they're helpful, and proceed. We take into consideration C, conditions, then we set a course from beginning, or starting point of development, to end, building socialism. We take into consideration the national conditions, C, set a course from feudalism, B, or capitalism, B, depending on where you're starting from, to socialism, E, the end, and reach the one type of socialism that is real. So no matter where you're starting from, and no matter what the conditions are, you're still going to that same point in the end. All right? There's just, as Stalin said, there's just one socialism. Instead, socialism with Chinese characteristics capitulates to the national conditions and to nationalism itself, declaring that due to the conditions, they will go from B to R, revisionism. This is not considering specific futures or conditions, but just simply surrendering to them indefinitely. This is not internationalism, not socialism, it is nationalism. So the Marxist approach is B to E while planning for C, and the nationalist anti-Marxist approach is B plus C, starting conditions, or your starting mode of production plus national conditions, equals revisionism. Comrade Stalin was indeed correct when he stated in the same source, quote, "As far as I know, in the Communist Party of China, there is a thin layer of the proletariat, and the nationalist sentiments are very strong. And if you do not conduct genuinely Marxist-Leninist class policies and do not conduct struggle against bourgeois nationalism, the nationalists will strangle you. Then not only will socialist construction be terminated, but China may become a dangerous toy in the hands of the American imperialists," unquote. So next point, but they kill billionaires. Why would a dictatorship of the bourgeoisie do that? Quoting Stalin, Conversations with Soviet Economists on Fascism, quote, "A few more observations on fascist philosophy. They write as if they have socialism. This needs to be exposed in economic terms. This is what Hitler says, quote, 'The state, the people, our capitalists receive only 8%. That's enough for them. The formulation of this question needs to be accomplished by throwing light on the question of competition and the anarchy of production, with the attempts of the capitalists to get rid of competition with the help of the theory of ultra-imperialism. It must be demonstrated that they are doomed.'" So for people who don't know, ultra-imperialism was the revisionist theory of German SPD leader Karl Kautsky, and major opponent of Lenin, who Lenin wrote against many, many times. And ultra-imperialism basically says that the world wars will eventually stop, the imperialists will come to an agreement, there will be like peaceful imperialism. Continuing, "It must be demonstrated that they are doomed. They are propagating a corporatist system, as if it is above the class of workers and the capitalists, and the state cares and looks after the workers. They are even arresting individual capitalists. It is true that Tucson could escape. One should say that in all of this, there is more of demagogy, that this is just the pressure of the bourgeois state on individual capitalists who do not want to subject themselves to class discipline. It should be mentioned once in the section on cartelization and their unsuccessful attempts at planning. Mention it again in the section on socialism. In your system, gentlemen fascists, to whom do the means of production belong? They belong to individual capitalists and to groups of capitalists, and therefore you cannot have genuine planning except for bits, as the economy is divided among groups of owners," unquote. In short, what's going on in China is bourgeois infighting, using the state against individual bourgeois who break class discipline. It is the result of the central cartel-like structure of the CPC, allowing their capitalists to be better coordinated, and to coordinate, quote, "class rules," and to punish whatever capitalists breaks these rules. Much like a dictatorship of the proletariat would arrest individual workers for breaking the law, i.e. a worker state arrests and executes a worker for taking an action that helps them individually but hurts the working class as a whole, can a dictatorship of the bourgeoisie arrest individual capitalists for breaking their agreements, pacts, consensus, or even just because the wrong person stands to gain from their death, i.e. a capitalist state arrests and executes a capitalist for taking a profitable action that hurts the capitalist class as a class, or a few other capitalists who are stronger. Alternatively, the execution occurs because it would be profitable to the stronger group to do so. The Communist Party of China has bad factions in it, is another claim, but Xi Jinping is fighting to restore and preserve the dictatorship of the proletariat. And I've personally heard this one a lot. Like, oh no, Xi is going to rein it all back in, press the communism button, and like, etc. This is an argument I once heard on why we should support China, and it went along the lines of the Central Committee has multiple lines and trends in it, trends that are fighting against each other. In the meantime, they have a centralized economic structure that builds up the economy, and when that's done, we will reach socialism. Another one is Xi Jinping and his group are good, and they're cleansing the CPC of revisionism. But even if we accept either of these incorrect points, we reach a point where no dictatorship of the proletariat exists. If we have many lines, why aren't they purged away? Is it because the, quote, good faction isn't strong enough? This means that the bad ones control the state. Fair point. It's a dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. Just because the group of Alexander Shelepin existed which wanted a return to socialism and to liquidate revisionism after Khrushchev was ousted, doesn't mean that we should defend the government of Brezhnev and Kosygin. Quite the contrary, we should call for its overthrow. It matters little if it's done from within the CPSU or from without. What's important is that it's done. Once we actually see Kosygin and Brezhnev get ousted, once we see the Soviet Union authorities move to re-Stalinization, once we see Khrushchevite economic policies being reversed in deeds and not only in words, then we can declare the workers are in power, to declare that the state is a dictatorship of the working class. But the Communist Party of China shows no such signs, not even the slightest ones. Quite the contrary. China's course and Xi Jinping's speeches point to the further strengthening of the already omnipotent capital. So this is a quote by Xi Jinping from The Governance of China, Volume 1. I actually started reading the first few chapters of this on the channel. It was terrible. It reminded me of it was like travel brochures or something. It was just utter fluff and total PR. Somebody in the comments referred to it as 3 graduation speeches in a trench coat. Anyway, somebody else asked me, did I regret reading it? No, I read 3 chapters and stopped, and I don't regret knowing that it sucked. That's a good thing to know. Anyway, quote, reform and opening up is always ongoing and will never end. Reform and opening up is a long-term and arduous cause, and people need to work on it generation after generation. We should carry out reform to improve the socialist market economy of China and adhere to the basic state policy of opening up to the outside world. We must further reform in key sectors with greater political courage and vision, and forge ahead steadily in the direction determined by the party's 18th National Congress, the invisible hand and the visible hand. We should let the market play the decisive role in allocating resources, while allowing the government to better perform its functions. This is a theoretical and practical issue of great importance. A correct and precise understanding of this issue is very important to further the reform and promote the sound and orderly development of the socialist market economy. We should make good use of the roles of both the market, the quote, invisible hand, and the government, the quote, visible hand. The market and the government should complement and coordinate with each other to promote sustained and sound social and economic development. Then there's another section, revolutionize energy production and consumption. Fourth, we must revolutionize the energy market. We will proceed with reform, restore energy's status as a commodity, build a system of workable competition, and put in place a mechanism in which energy prices are largely driven by the market. In addition, we will change the way that the government supervises the energy industry and establish and improve the legal framework for energy development. And that's the end of the quote. I think we can all see how the reform needing generations more, how the market should play the decisive role in allocating resources, and how energy should be treated as a commodity, making an ironic mockery to Lenin's Golero plan. Instead of electrification being the condition to move on from the market and to embrace a planned economy, electricity becomes just another tool of it. Yeah, it is really mind-boggling. Just another commodity to buy and sell. It suffices to disprove the above-mentioned liberal notions. What is a pro-market person doing in such a high position, if not serving the interests of the bourgeoisie? In other words, who's going to really benefit and gain from that? Lenin once said, quote, communism is Soviet power plus the electrification of the whole country. That's quoting from Our Foreign and Domestic Position and Party Tasks. But it seems that, quote, comrade bourgeoisie does not agree with Lenin. Who is Lenin anyway? Instead, we're supposed to believe communism minus Soviet power equals electrification of the whole country. That's good. Perhaps that is the reason why they plagiarize our symbols as such. What about poverty reduction? This is another point. China's reducing poverty. So did the New Deal. But why does a country with more GDP per capita, i.e. per person, than the USSR still have poverty? Furthermore, why does rent still exist? Both Dungists and anti-Dungists have likely already grown tired of the billionaire debate. But what about the landlords? Capitalists, like under the NEP, can, quote, contribute to society, using the term loosely. But what do landlords do except for creating poverty and raising house prices? Nothing. It reminds me of the meme, I'm a landlord, I make my living hoarding housing. Hence, no self-proclaimed communist will ever try to justify the existence of landlords or to claim that they produce anything. Allowing the existence of parasites who contribute nothing and hold homes for ransom is, by itself, terrible. But what happens when a large part of society can't afford basic rent? The average rent in Beijing at the time of writing is 7,485 yuan per month. At the cheapest district in Beijing, it is 2,377. Around 11% of the city earns between 2,000 to 3,000 per month. Taxes and basics not included. Another 12.5% earns between 3,000 and 4,500. The average Dungist will try to downplay this thing, claiming it's not that bad or other places have it worse. The former is incorrect. The latter is irrelevant and probably incorrect too. Private rent existing in China, a developed country which again has more GDP per capita than the USSR, is by itself bad enough. How costly the rent is just makes it worse. And it's also reflective, I would add, to China being part of global capitalist trends in general, because that is happening in many places with advanced capitalism around the world right now. So it actually seems to suggest, on its face at least, that China is more in step with what global capitalism is doing than pulling out of that situation where the country is for sale. All right, but isn't what China's doing just like Lenin's NEP? No. To explain why not, we need to explain two things about the NEP. What was it, and why was it needed? The NEP was a strategic retreat on the economic front. A sharp transition to socialism was attempted due to the circumstances of the Civil War and invasion by foreign powers. When the USSR was invaded by Czechoslovakia, UK, Canada, Australia, India, South Africa, the latter four as UK colonies, the USA, Italy, France, Japan, Greece, Estonia, Serbia, Poland, Finland, the alternative incident, Finland again, Romania, Lithuania, Latvia backed by German soldiers, Austria-Hungary, the Ottoman Empire, Germany, and probably more. This is based only on bourgeois sources that aim to downplay such events. So the USSR was under massive, massive attack. So they did a strategic retreat into capitalism, and it wound up only lasting like 6 years. So anyway, this policy, according to Lenin, failed. Lenin, writing in the New Economic Policy, said, quote, "Of course, tasks on the economic front are much more difficult than tasks on the war front, although there is a general similarity between the two elementary outlines of strategy. In attempting to go over straight to communism, we, in the spring of 1921, sustained a more serious defeat on the economic front than any defeat inflicted upon us by Kolchak, Denikin, or Pilsudski. This defeat was much more serious, significant, and dangerous. It was expressed in the isolation of the higher administrators of our economic policy from the lower and their failure to produce that development of the productive forces which the program of our party regards as vital and urgent," unquote. The NEP was the correct line to fix these mistakes and work to build socialism, emphasis on build. There were a few reasons for its necessity, and we will go into some. So before we go into that screen, just to clarify my comment. So the policy of trying to go straight over into socialism failed. And so the strategic retreat into capitalism was necessary. However, as I was adding, although perhaps prematurely, even this policy was very short-lived. Economically, it did achieve the results that were needed. Politically, it didn't work out, or I guess you could say even socially, it didn't work out as well. It saved them economically from the problems that Lenin was just describing. It also created somewhat serious, really grave social problems, and we'll probably discuss that in a second. But anyway, as far as the reasons for the necessity of this temporary strategic retreat, here we go. 1, large quantity of peasants in the country, as it had only recently freed itself from feudalism. So quoting Lenin from the same source again, the new economic policy means substituting a tax for the direct requisitioning of food. It means reverting to capitalism to a considerable extent. To what extent, we don't know. Concessions to foreign capitalists, it's true, only very few have been accepted, especially when compared with the number we have offered. and leasing enterprises to private capitalists definitely mean restoring capitalism, and this is part and parcel of the new economic policy. For the abolition of the surplus food appropriation system means allowing the peasants to trade freely in their surplus agricultural produce in whatever is left over after the tax is collected. And the tax, it takes only a small share of that produce. The peasants constitute a huge section of our population and of our entire economy, and that is why capitalism must grow out of this soil of free trading, unquote. 2. The abundance of small production and an absence of large-scale production. So quoting from Lenin's The Tax in Kind, let us enumerate these elements, the economic elements existing in 1921 Russia. 1, there are patriarchal elements, i.e., to a considerable extent, natural peasant farming. 2, small commodity production. This includes the majority of those peasants who sell their grain. 3, there is private capitalism. 4, there's state capitalism. And 5, there is socialism. Russia is so vast and so varied that all these different types of socioeconomic structures are intermingled. This is what constitutes the specific feature of the situation. So the question arises, what elements predominate? Clearly, in a small peasant country, the petty bourgeois element predominates, and it must predominate. For the great majority, those working the land, are small commodity producers. The shell of state capitalism, the grain monopoly, the state-controlled entrepreneurs and traders, the bourgeois cooperators, is pierced now in one place, now in another by profiteers, the chief object of profiteering being grain. It is not state capitalism that it is at war with socialism, but the petty bourgeoisie plus private capitalism fighting together against state capitalism and socialism, unquote. And by the way, we have that piece, The Tax in Kind, on the channel, and basically Lenin is saying that they could kind of handle the state capitalists more easily. It was these smaller wildcat profiteers that were giving some of the worst problems. And so the goal was like they made stricter penalties on the profiteering, and then they allowed them to legally do some non-profiteering trade. So they're like, look, we'll let you trade, we'll let you profit a little bit, but the penalties on profiteering just went up. So they're trying to bring it under control. Because of this, planning the economy was extremely hard and ineffective. Through state capitalism, the economy could function and set up the apparatus needed for socialism, which would then take over. Quoting Lenin again from the same work, at present, petty bourgeois capitalism prevails in Russia, and it is one and the same road that leads from it to both large-scale state capitalism and to socialism, through one and the same intermediary station called national accounting and control of production and distribution. Those who fail to understand this are committing an unpardonable mistake in economics. Either they don't know the facts of life, do not see what actually exists, and are unable to look the truth in the face, or they confine themselves to abstractly comparing, quote, socialism with capitalism, and fail to study the concrete forms and stages of the transition that is taking place in our country, unquote. So Lenin is basically saying it's not as simple as just socialism versus capitalism. You have to look at the particular kinds of capitalist activity which were most reactionary, most fighting the building of socialism. And he made a great argument, I think, in this piece that the state capitalism that actually existed at the time of the revolution was way closer to socialism. It was more stable. It had the advanced accounting. It was more easily controlled. It just wasn't as big of a threat to what they were trying to do. So they couldn't snap their fingers and do it at once, but they were trying as rapidly as possible year by year to get the system under control and to go back into the building of socialism. However, as the earlier efforts in 1921 has showed, if they were to just keep doing that, they would lose everything. They would have massive economic losses and no socialism in the end. So they had to do these intermediate steps to get themselves there as quickly as possible. So another thing is the backward state of the productive forces. In other words, it is not that the Bolsheviks, quote, chose capitalism, but that they had to put up with it as the only practical course of action that they had in that moment. So quoting Lenin again, what is the policy that the socialist proletariat can pursue in the face of this economic reality? Is it to give the small peasant all he needs of the goods produced by large-scale socialist industries in exchange for his grain and raw materials? This would be the most desirable and, quote, correct policy, and we have started on it, but we cannot supply all the goods, very far from it, nor shall we be able to do so very soon, at all events not until we complete the first stage of the electrification of the whole country, which was not even complete at that time. So what is to be done? One way is to try to prohibit entirely, to put the lock on all development of private, non-state exchange, i.e. trade, i.e. capitalism, which is inevitable with millions of small producers, which is the situation that they were faced with at that time. But such a policy would be foolish and suicidal for the party that tried to apply it. It would be foolish because it's economically impossible. It would be suicidal because the party that tried to apply it would meet with inevitable disaster. Let's admit it. Some communists have sinned in thought, word, and deed by adopting such a policy. We shall try to rectify these mistakes, and this must be done without fail, otherwise things will come to a very sorry state. The alternative, and this is the only sensible and the last possible policy, is not to try to prohibit or put the lock on the development of capitalism, but to channel it into state capitalism. In other words, the form that he found more easy to control. This is economically possible, for state capitalism exists in varying form and degree wherever there are elements of unrestricted trade and capitalism in general, unquote. Notice how Lenin states the alternative of the NEP. Fighting against capitalism is suicidal in their situation at that time due to the above 2 points, neither of which exist in China, which can and should use the more correct policy due to being far beyond just the first stage of electrification, which is one of the things holding Lenin and the Bolsheviks back. So that's not the situation in China, and this brings the author to their next point. 4, electrification, the most underrated factor in play in terms of the NEP, and why China is China's not in the kind of situation now which necessitated the NEP in 1920s very early USSR or Soviet Russia. So quoting Lenin again, is an immediate transition to socialism from the state of affairs predominating now in Russia conceivable? Yes, it is, to a certain degree, but on one condition, the precise nature of which we now know thanks to a great piece of scientific work that has been completed. That is electrification. If we construct scores of district electric power stations, we now know where and how these cannons should be constructed, and transmit electric power to every village. If we obtain a sufficient number of electric motors and other machinery, we shall not need or shall hardly need any transition stages or intermediary links between patriarchalism and socialism. But we know perfectly well that it will take at least 10 years only to complete the first stage of this one condition. This period can be conceivably reduced only if the proletarian revolution is victorious in such countries as Britain, Germany, or the USA, unquote. So just a comment there, it actually lasted less than a decade, partly because, well, Lenin died, then there was, within the group of Bolsheviks, lack of clarity on how to move forward. There were also some social problems resulting from the NEP because the new NEP men, these capitalists, were becoming counter-revolutionary. There were a lot of problems coming out of that, and there was sort of a need to push ahead with socialism sort of anyway, just due to the sort of political and social considerations generated by that. But anyway, stating clearly as day that the transition would be sharp and sudden if only they had electricity was the thing that originally convinced me that the NEP was necessary. It showed just how backward, just how hard the situation was in post-revolution, pre-USSR Russia. Between these, the Civil War, the invasions, World War I, the famine, and the SRs and Mensheviks fighting against Soviet power, one can understand the NEP in its historical context. Basically had like almost a decade of just solid war. If tiny Albania could move to socialism with much less wealth or technology, without cutting-edge supercomputers and modern nuclear power plants, why can't modern China? Besides, how long did the NEP take? Around 7 years, 4 of war and 3 of peace, compared to the Chinese reforms, now in its 46th year. I would justify 5 years of NEP peace, 7 years, 10 years, hell, even 15 I could somehow understand. But even if we ignore Mao completely, Deng Xiaoping's reforms have been in place for over 40 years. So the next thing, if capital must take control of the state, why did the USSR survive the NEP and continued socialist construction? So this should be interesting. It's kind of what I was talking about. It almost didn't. And in fact, it caused arguably a calamity within the Bolshevik group. But the unsatisfying answer would be dictatorship of the proletariat and its short time frame. But equally as important to this are the measures taken to prevent capital from attaining omnipotence. So quoting Lenin from The State and Revolution, at present, imperialism and the domination of the banks have developed into an exceptional art both these methods of upholding and giving effect to the omnipotence of wealth in democratic republics of all descriptions. Another reason why the omnipotence of wealth is more certain in a democratic republic is that it does not depend on defects in the political machinery or on the faulty political shell of capitalism. A democratic republic is the best possible political shell for capitalism, and therefore, once capital has gained possession of this very best shell through the Palchinskys, Chernovs, Tseretellis and company, it establishes its power so securely, so firmly, that no change of persons, institutions, or parties in the bourgeois democratic state can shake it." Unquote. A big measure taken by the Bolsheviks to that end, and one which is imperative when using state capitalism to build socialism, was the foreign trade monopoly. In relation to a resolution that relaxed this monopoly, and luckily was never carried out, Lenin requested the matter to be postponed, and the trade monopoly was affirmed. In 1922, it was discussed when Lenin couldn't attend. So he remarked in a letter to Stalin for the members of the CCRCPB on the foreign trade monopoly, quote, "In actual fact, however, this wrecks the foreign trade monopoly. Small wonder that Comrade Sokolnikov has been trying to get this done and has succeeded. He has always been for it. He likes paradoxes and has always undertaken to prove that monopoly is not to our advantage. But it is surprising that people who in principle favor the monopoly have voted for this without asking for detailed information from any of the business executives. What does the decision that has been adopted signify? Purchasing offices are being opened for the import and export trade. The owner of such an office has the right to buy and sell only specifically listed goods. Where is the control over this? Where are the means of control? In Russia, flax costs 4 rubles, 50 kopecks. In Britain, it costs 14 rubles. All of us have read in Capital how capitalism changes internally and grows more daring when interest rates and profits rise quickly. All of us recall that capitalism is capable of taking deadly risks, and that Marx recognized this long before the war and before capitalism began its, quote, leaps. What is the situation now? What force is capable of holding the peasants and the traders from extremely profitable deals? Cover Russia with a network of overseers? Catch the neighbor in a purchasing office and prove that his flax has been sold to be smuggled out of the country? Comrade Sokolnikov's paradoxes are always clever, but one must distinguish between paradoxes and the grim truth. I propose that the decision on this question be deferred for 2 months, i.e. until the next plenary meeting. In the interim, information and verified documents on the experience of our trade policy should be collected. PPS, I've just been informed for an hour and a half that some business executives have applied for a postponement. I have not yet read this application, but I wholeheartedly support it. It is only a matter of 2 months, unquote. And to refute a myth before the Trotskyists created, Stalin agreed with this point. Quoting from the results of the 13th Congress of the RCPB, fifthly, the Congress reaffirmed the inviolability of our monopoly of foreign trade. I do not think that there is any need to explain the importance of the foreign trade monopoly for our industry and agriculture, as well as for the bond between the two. Its cardinal significance requires no fresh proof. See the resolution on the Central Committee's report, unquote. China has consistently liberalized their foreign trade laws. In 2004, quote, fully liberalizing access to foreign trade operations. According to the foreign trade law of the People's Republic of China that was revised in 2004, starting from July 2004, foreign trade dealers only need to register with the authority responsible and no longer have to ask for approval from the Chinese government. This change has facilitated the diversification of China's foreign trade entities, consisting of state-owned, foreign invested, and private enterprises. The imports and exports of state-owned and foreign-owned enterprises have maintained sustained growth, while private enterprises have seen their foreign trade develop rapidly, and their share of China's import and export market keeps expanding, becoming key players in China's foreign trade. In 2010, the import and export volume of state-owned enterprises, foreign invested enterprises, and private enterprises in the country's total was 20.9%, 53.8%, and 25.3% respectively, unquote. Not only allowing private foreign trade, but having 25% of it be private, more than that of the SOEs, cannot but create this omnipotence of capital, leading to its taking control of the republic. So next point, when discussing productive forces, we cannot forget the relations of production. The most adamant of the defenders of the, quote, Communist Party of China speak about productive forces so much that it became a meme. In truth, however, everyone using the productive forces argument to defend the exploitative Chinese state reveal a schism which eclipses the distance between Pluto and the sun, a schism between themselves and anything Marxist. Instead of Marxists and Leninists, honest proponents of such ideas ought to use the term Yaroshenkoists. Quoting Stalin in Economic Problems in the USSR, quote, to describe Comrade Yaroshenko's opinion in a couple of words, it should be said that it is un-Marxist and hence profoundly erroneous. Comrade Yaroshenko's chief error is that he forsakes the Marxist position on the question of the role of the productive forces and of the relations of production in the development of society, that he inordinately overrates the role of the productive forces and just as inordinately underrates the role of the relations of production, and ends up by declaring that under socialism, the relations of production are a component part of the productive forces, unquote. And this issue of paying too much attention to the productive forces, material capacity to produce, like better factories, while giving too little attention to the relations of production, like who owns these factories, a lord, a capitalist, the factory workers, the state, if it's the latter, who owns the state, leads to the ridiculous idea, quoting from the same source, that here, according to Comrade Yaroshenko, the relations of production lose every vestige of an independent role. They cease to be a serious factor of development and are absorbed by the productive forces, becoming a component part of them. Under socialism, Comrade Yaroshenko says, quote, men's production relations become part of the organization of the productive forces as a means, an element of their organization. If that's so, what is the chief task of the political economy of socialism? Comrade Yaroshenko replies, the chief problem of the political economy of socialism, therefore, is not to investigate the relations of production of the members of socialist society, is to elaborate and develop a scientific theory of the organization of the productive forces in social production, a theory of the planning of economic development. He plainly declares that in his political economy of socialism, quote, disputes as to the role of any particular category of socialist political economy, value, commodity, money, credit, etc., which very often with us are of a scholastic character, are replaced by a healthy discussion of the rational organization of the productive forces in social production, by a scientific demonstration of the validity of such organization, unquote. And all of this leads to a complete disregard of the relations of production. Quoting it again, Comrade Yaroshenko thinks that it is enough to arrange a, quote, rational organization of the productive forces, and the transition from socialism to communism will take place without any particular difficulty. He considers that this is quite sufficient for the transition to communism. He plainly declares that, quote, under socialism, the basic struggle for the building of a communist society reduces itself to a struggle for the proper organization of the productive forces and their rational utilization in social production, unquote. Comrade Yaroshenko solemnly proclaims that, quote, communism is the highest scientific organization of the productive forces in social production, unquote. And with such un-Marxist and profoundly erroneous theories, we can finally declare that no contradiction exists between a market economy and a socialist economy. Suddenly, communism is not attained by gradually doing away with the birthmarks of capitalism, by drawing the workers themselves to the process of running the economy through education, by doing away with commodities and value, and many more. Now, the process is simple. Make the factory bigger and faster using any means until you reach communism. Socialism is no longer a mode of production, but any economy that grows fast. If this sounds like a paradox to you, congratulations, you understand dialectics better than all Yaroshenkoists put together. If we declare that under socialism, the relations of production lose their importance, for example, by having a market economy when planning is possible, and pretend that advancing productive forces not only manages to preserve socialism but advance it to communism, then socialism has lost all meaning. To prove my point, the Ukrainian SSR was socialist. If we assume that once socialism is attained, the relations of production become subordinated to the productive forces, then hence a change to the relations of production, like permitting private ownership, will not change its socialist nature. Rejoice, for modern Ukraine is still socialist. If we assume that Ukraine is no longer socialist, then why? Is it because of the productive forces? Is it because herder factory grow fast under Stalin, factory grows slow under Brezhnev, factory goes kaput under Gorbachev and Yeltsin? Nonsense. It is no longer socialist because the relations of production changed despite the productive forces still growing. It is also why the growth slowed under Khrushchev and Brezhnev, and why in part industry collapsed after the USSR was destroyed. This means that the relations of production never ceased to matter, that they are still highly important under socialism, which China never reached, and that excusing capitalism with productive forces cannot exist alongside scientific socialism. According to Deng Xiaoping, quoting from Deng's "We shall draw on historical experience and guard against wrong tendencies," there is no such thing as socialism and communism with poverty. The ideal of Marxists is to realize communism. According to Marx, communist society is a society in which the principle of from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs is applied. What is the principle of to each according to his needs? How can we apply this principle without highly developed productive forces and vast material wealth? According to Marxism, communist society is a society in which there is overwhelming material abundance. Socialism is the first stage of communism. It means expanding the productive forces, and it represents a long historical period. Only if we constantly expand the productive forces can we finally achieve communism. The Gang of Four's absurd theory of socialism and communism led only to poverty and stagnation, unquote. So, does socialism mean expanding the productive forces, or is it a definite mode of production? Quoting Stalin on the draft constitution of the USSR, quote, "Principles of socialism, whose main pillars are things that have already been achieved and realized, like the socialist ownership of the land, forests, factories, works, and other instruments and means of production, the abolition of exploitation and of exploiting classes, the abolition, editor's note, abolition, not reduction, of poverty for the majority and of luxury for the minority, the abolition of unemployment, work as an obligation and as an honorable duty for every able-bodied citizen, in accordance with the formula, he who does not work, neither shall he eat, the right to work, i.e. the right of every citizen to receive guaranteed employment, the right to rest and leisure, the right to education, etc., etc. The draft of the new constitution rests on these and similar pillars of socialism," unquote. Deng repeats his mistake in understanding socialism multiple times. Quoting from Deng's "We must continue to emancipate our minds and accelerate the reform," these can be summed up as the decision to build socialism suited to conditions in China. And if we are to build socialism, our fundamental task must be to develop the productive forces, shake off poverty, build a strong, prosperous country, and improve the living conditions of the people, unquote. In conclusion, socialism is not poverty reduction or advancing productive forces. Socialism is a higher mode of production than capitalism. Socialism is a mode of production that abolishes poverty and pushes the productive forces to grow. Socialism is a mode of production. But wait, I can already see someone asking and doing their very best to avoid any of my arguments. Why must the two contradict? Give China more time to develop its productive forces, and then they will fix their relations of production. It speaks volumes about how low the communist movement fell, how much we suffered due to the Khrushchevite betrayal, that I have not only to remark on, but to anticipate such a question. Despite already showing this utopian idea sufficed for Comrade Stalin to call out Yaroshenko by name, and despite the same argument being universal and could fit for defending any regime in history, the USA, Russia, Iran, even the bloody Roman Empire, just give them time and eventually our People's Party or liberal democracy or benevolent God or any other idealist rubbish will willingly liberate us. We don't have to fight. But providing a worthwhile answer to this point may at least be of some use to those who want to learn. Let's get to it. When do we know that the relations of production ought to change? We need to first understand how the relations of production interact with the productive forces and vice versa. There will be a summary underneath this quote. This is quoting Stalin in Dialectical and Historical Materialism. Quote, "The relations of production, in their turn, react upon the development of the productive forces, accelerating or retarding it. In this connection, it should be noted that the relations of production cannot for too long a time lag behind and be in a state of contradiction to the growth of the productive forces, inasmuch as the productive forces can develop in full measure only when the relations of production correspond to the character, the state of the productive forces, and allow full scope for their development." So, comment here, I hate to interrupt the Stalin quote. We were just talking about this in Dutt's Fascism and Social Revolution. There's an entire chapter about how the capitalists eventually, in imperialism, start to revolt against technology because it is pushing greater and greater crises, the increased productivity, and it's basically making capitalism obsolete as a mode of production. Like, inevitably it becomes clear that the profit seeking is an obstacle. You can't really run the high technology on that basis. Continuing, therefore, however much the relations of production may lag behind the development of the productive forces, they must sooner or later come into correspondence with, and actually do come into correspondence with, the level of development of the productive forces, the character of the productive forces. Otherwise, we would have a fundamental violation of the unity of the productive forces and the relations of production within the system of production, a disruption of production as a whole, a crisis of production, a destruction of productive forces, which again is what you get in fascism. An instance in which the relations of production do not correspond to the character of the productive forces, conflict with them, is the economic crises in capitalist countries, where private capitalist ownership of the means of production is in glaring incongruity with the social character of the process of production, with the character of the productive forces. This results in economic crises which lead to the destruction of productive forces. Furthermore, this incongruity itself constitutes the economic basis of social revolution, the purpose of which is to destroy the existing relations of production and to create new relations of production which correspond to the character of the productive forces. So at some point, in other words, like we read in the Communist Manifesto, that's the end of the quote, by the way, we read in the Communist Manifesto that capitalism is socializing production. It is taking what used to be done in lots of individual little workshops, and it's bringing people together by the hundreds and the thousands in, huge workshops. And it's also coordinating, a gear produced in this county or this country, put together with springs and sprockets from other places. So production becomes hugely socialized under capitalism, but ownership and profit and all that are not. So the means of production aren't, the ownership of the means of production are not socialized under capitalism, but the process is. And at some point, the process of production comes into such conflict with the technology that's available for production that social revolution is the only way forward. So, and again, fascism or stalled late stage advanced capitalism, advanced imperialism, it starts destroying the productive forces for exactly that reason, because if the productive forces advance, it's going to be the death of capitalism, because it will make that glaring incongruity just that much worse and the resulting crises that much worse. All right, continuing. In other words, the productive forces go first and they advance faster. The relations of production can either correspond to the productive forces or lag behind them, but not go ahead. If they correspond, the relations of production push the productive forces to advance faster. If the relations lag too far behind, they slow down the productive forces, meaning that they grow slower. If the relations lag very far behind, crisis of production occurs and the productive forces diminish. When the relations and forces do not correspond, we have something comparable to a rubber band. Imagine grabbing an indestructible rubber band from both sides and pulling it apart. The further you are, the harder it is to advance. You need to expend more effort for the same distance. You suddenly need to expend effort just to stay where you are. Eventually, one of your hands gives up. With this same principle, when the productive forces advance and the relations of production do not, there starts to exist a sort of rubber band pulling them together. The further away they are, the slower the productive forces advance. Eventually, crises start to occur, and these become, on average, worse and worse, like when the rubber band hits your hand. Eventually, either a crisis occurs and the productive forces are pulled backward by the rubber band, worth noting that they usually advance more and more until the next crisis hits, or the relations of production are pulled forward, revolution, and the problem is solved. There's much more depth to go into here, but unfortunately, this is leagues more compared to the average Twitter Marxist and will more than suffice for our purpose. I will begin by stating the best time to do so, then move on to the later date where arguing against this change is inexcusable. In other words, in relation to the question of when do the relations of production, the mode of production, when does that need to advance or catch up? So, when is the ideal time to advance the relations of production? The moment you can. Once you have the conditions needed to do so, just do it. Anyone who read Foundations of Leninism will be able to tell you the line we take on building a Chinese wall between the first stage of the revolution, which is bourgeois democratic, and the second one, socialist and led by the proletariat. Quoting Stalin, Foundations of Leninism, quote, "The heroes of the Second International asserted, and continue to assert, that between the bourgeois democratic revolution and the proletarian revolution, there is a chasm, or at any rate a Chinese wall, separating one from the other by a more or less protracted interval of time, during which the bourgeoisie, having come into power, develops capitalism, while the proletariat accumulates strength and prepares for the future decisive struggle against capitalism. This interval is usually calculated to extend over many decades, if not longer. It scarcely needs proof that this Chinese wall theory is totally devoid of scientific meaning under the conditions of imperialism, that it is, and can only be, a means of concealing and camouflaging the counter-revolutionary aspirations of the bourgeoisie." Okay, so don't wait any longer than you have to. That's the end of the quote. What is often misunderstood, however, is that even communist parties which have secured state power can still make this mistake, turning themselves from communists into opportunists in the process. In 1921, Lenin wrote, "Both the anarchists and the petty bourgeois Democrats, i.e. the Mensheviks and the socialist revolutionaries, who are the Russian counterparts of the international social type, have talked and are still talking an incredible lot of nonsense about the relation between the bourgeois democratic revolution and the socialist, that is proletarian, revolution. The last 4 years have proved to the hilt that our interpretation of Marxism on this point and our estimate of the experience of former revolutions were correct. We have consummated the bourgeois democratic revolution as nobody had done before. We are advancing toward the socialist revolution consciously, firmly, and unswervingly, knowing that it is not separated from the bourgeois democratic revolution by a Chinese wall, and knowing, too, that in the last analysis, struggle alone will determine how far we shall advance, what part of this immense and lofty task we shall accomplish, and to what extent we shall succeed in consolidating our victories. Time will show. But we even see now that a tremendous amount, tremendous for this ruined, exhausted, and backward country, has already been done toward the socialist transformation of society. In other words, that's the end of that quote. In other words, the Soviet people must build up the basis to adopt socialism as soon as possible. Lenin explained the reason for this very, very clearly. Quoting Lenin, the Tax in Kind, "Capitalism is a bane compared with socialism. Capitalism is a boon compared with medievalism, small production, and the evils of bureaucracy which spring from the dispersal of the small producers." Unquote. I think that there's also a relevant quote here, and I forget which work it's from, but basically Lenin's saying that if you're still, so in the class struggle under capitalism, you want to advocate for whatever civil rights you can get for the purpose of making the class struggle easier. But as soon as socialist revolution becomes possible, continuing to cling to the system of bourgeois democratic civil rights is actually reactionary because you have the opportunity to go forward. So as soon as you can do that, you do that. And again, how ironic that this, randomly chosen metaphor of the Chinese wall would end up actually being applied in China. Next point, when can the absence of such transition, ahead through social revolution, be used to detect a reactionary state? It's when a crisis of production occurs. We ought to advance the relations of production beforehand, not only to avoid the crisis, but to enjoy faster growth. But if a certain state and its rulers prefer to experience such a crisis over advancing the relations of production, it can only be a dictatorship of an exploiting minority. Like, that's the only motive they would have to do that. They resist it because doing away with the old exploiting relations of production will be doing away with them. A dictatorship of the workers will not arrive into such a situation because the change to the relations of production will either crush a remnant of exploitation and move us a step closer to socialism, or, if we've already arrived there, because exploitation was already done away with and the state belongs to the people, and the people have no interest in resisting this advance. The few elements which still resist this step do not control the state, hence they cannot stop it. Quoting again from Stalin, Economic Problems of the USSR, how then are the words full conformity to be understood? They are to be understood as meaning that under socialism, things do not usually go to the length of a conflict between the relations of production and the productive forces, that society is in a position to take timely steps to bring the lagging relations of production into conformity with the character of the productive forces. Socialist society is in a position to do so because it does not include the obsolescent classes that might organize resistance. Of course, even under socialism, there will be backward, inert forces that do not realize the necessity for changing the relations of production, but they, of course, will not be difficult to overcome without bringing matters to a conflict. Unquote. And the last page. For reference, the below paragraph is written in early 2022, less than 2 weeks since 2021. In China, 2009, there was a massive economic crisis that affected the weakest the most. This is part of the global financial crisis, 2008 and all that. Consider that this crisis never had to happen, and these people never had to suffer because of it. This was not a natural, unavoidable tragedy. It was a crime. The Chinese bourgeoisie enriched themselves on the backs of the Chinese workers. Worse still, the gross domestic product per adult and national income per adult continued to grow. Where did all this wealth go then if it was not sucked out of China? Here, to those who never needed to, quote, recover, but instead grew and continue to grow. It is obvious to all that even a mockery of the NEP, executed by amateurs, would not have yielded such results. Comrades, this is not socialism, socialist construction, an NEP, or any other excuse to be found. This is late-stage capitalism. This is imperialism. This is the face of reaction. We will be nothing short of class traitors should we backstab our Chinese comrades by supporting their exploiters. We must unite with the Chinese workers against imperialism everywhere and reaction everywhere. An injury to one is an injury to all. Without an uncompromising war for the truth, a war to expose deception meant to disarm us, to set us against one another, only utopians will believe in a course to socialism. Our theory is a guide for action, a guide to achieve the liberation of workers everywhere, liberty from exploitation and poverty, war and deceit. The murderous propagandists of NATO may try to set us against ourselves, while the revisionist social democrats wish for us to make peace and bend the knee to our class enemies. Only with the teachings of Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin, only by the uncompromising struggle for liberty, may we bring to life our call for unity, workers of the world unite. That's the end of the article. So I'm going to go back to the main screen for a minute, and we can catch up with the chat. It's been a long time. I still have a couple other things to do, so long stream. Hope everybody's set. I'm going to take a sip of water. Someone who worked with Red-Spectre tried to make the case to me one time that the DPRK was a monarchy. I honestly don't know that much about the DPRK, so no comment. Are you sure it's the same Red-Spectre? I've read different things from. Actually, we read another article from something called Red-Spectre, but I don't know if it was the same Red-Spectre. I've been reading some Lenin biographies. Interesting getting insight about the man and Russia before the revolution in bios that aren't hit pieces so far. I've done The Young Lenin by Trotsky and about a quarter through Reminiscences of Lenin by Krupskaya, recommending both here. You can find them on LibGen. Does Trotsky talk about all the times that Lenin trashed him? Hoja tore into the DPRK a long time ago. His crit is worth a read. So I was recommended some random news stations video, and apparently North Carolina state officials want to put in place N95 mask restrictions, citing a BS crime excuse, and also to make stricter penalties for any protesters blocking roads. Here's a link to the video, and the comments are nothing short of fascist as fuck underneath it. Yeah, that makes sense. I think, didn't Florida already do that? The professor who first recommended me The State and Revolution told me that she is doing some exciting things when I asked if China was socialist. Now I know she is a revisionist. Yes. Wage an incessant campaign of ideological struggle. Someone told me Canada was socialist. I busted out laughing in their face. Let's see. This country is socialist or communist argument. Doesn't know the definitions of both of them. Yeah. They are using the socialism is when the government does stuff. Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've talked about this before, how like the people talking about the Federal Reserve is, quote, central planning or whatever. No. On landlords, the CBC up here in Canada has been continuing their sob stories about mom and pop landlords on an almost weekly basis. They conveniently avoid interviewing renters and social housing advocates. Yeah, definitely. Canada has an actually worse housing crisis than the US has right now. And it's actually mom and pop investors, at least in the US, who are buying the bulk of the properties. It's not the Wall Street things. Yes, there are some like hedge fund, like gigantic firms that are buying up single family real estate. But by and large, it's mom and pop, small, petty bourgeois investors who are doing it. I think that real estate investing needs to be illegal and severely punished, but to be holding them up, it's just fascist as like, oh, they're the real victims here. What? They're driving up housing prices because, they're just hoarding housing as like a way to get rich quick with like passive income, just exploiting somebody's need for housing. It's a basic need. Oh God. The Canada thing. I explained what socialism actually is to them, and they argued that the working class do control the Canadian state because Canada isn't corrupt like the USA. They got a long, long way to go. Oh, the deprogram is now going full Dungist, putting she on their new merchandise. That is fucking terrible. If being a landlord is so hard, why not just sell the property? Even the barest level of scrutiny in the sob story falls apart. Yeah, especially since they probably bought it at a lower price because the price just keeps going up. They would make money. Deprogram really disappointed me. I loved Hakim's channel, but watching them buy into the bread tube money was a bummer. I think Hakim's channel, in hindsight, is not even really that good. I think that the more I learn about Marxism-Leninism, the less sort of dazzling it seems to me. Yeah, I mean, I think that it probably is significantly above the deprogram, but I don't know. I haven't really watched enough deprogram to. I watched a lot more of Hakim's channel. If Canada is a socialist state, LOL, why do we have less than 4% of our housing stock as social housing? I guess that's what the workers decided. I mean, can't doubt the workers. And also, why are they trying to crush national labor unions? Some debate going on about Juche. I haven't gotten majorly into Juche and Korea, but I will share in the chat a link to a video called A Critique of Juche. I forget the name of the channel that did it, but having read a fair amount of theory, yes, the writings on Juche, at least as quoted in the video, do seem to be anti-Marxist. But again, it's not a topic that I'm that interested in, so I'm sure we'll get around to it at some point. It just hasn't really been a priority right now. Yeah, had Lenin lived longer, I think I'd be very interested to see what would have happened there. Deng Xiaoping basically revived Bukharin. It is funny when supposed MLs piss on Bukharin yet admire Deng. Well, so if you are pro-Bukharin, also you should be pro-Khrushchev, because Khrushchev rehabilitated all of the, quote, victims of Stalin. That includes Bukharin. All right, I am actually caught up, and yes, I am doing well. I am caught up with the chat. And so let's go into the next thing. So we just talked about China extensively, and is it socialist? And yeah, not so much. But let's talk about the United States, which definitely isn't socialist. I think it's fair to say. So I was writing something because a lot of what my attention is devoted to these days is watching the, I think, imminent downturn and probably return to a 2008 type scenario developing, because I think as that unfolds, it is going to have major, major consequences for the U.S. working class deciding, oh, we need to think about politics again. And as it says in the fascism chapter that I was just reading, what is fascism? It is when the crisis happens, the middle class, as the professions are thrown into unemployment, they all decide, oh, we need immediate relief and this and that, but politically they don't really know which end is up, and they start falling into the arms of like whatever demagogue comes along and promises that they're going to fix it, whether or not they make any sense at all. So anyway, this is a community post that I put up, and it was actually off of a Game of Trades video, one of the finance channels that I've taken to watching recently. Not that I agree with their politics, but I like the analysis of what's going on, just presenting all the charts, because I don't have a background in finance in that I don't know all the places to go for digging up the charts and the tables and all of that kind of stuff. So I do like to leave that to others to kind of present that, and then kind of go over the, what does this imply? What are the consequences, etc. So anyway, they had a video that I was kind of summarizing here and extrapolating from. Prolonged yield curve inversion strongly suggests major economic crash on the way. And I wrote this about a month ago. So in finance, an inverted yield curve is when interest rates on short-term debt instruments rise above the interest rates of longer-term debt instruments of similar credit worthiness. In other words, this is an unusual situation in which, all else being equal, shorter-term investments return more money than longer-term investments. So kind of the typical one to look at here when they're talking about an inverted yield curve is 2-year treasuries versus 10-year. When the 2 years are making you more money, something is up. Historically, inverted yield curves on U.S. treasuries have been reliable indicators of impending recessions or economic downturns, and more prolonged inversions, like it goes on for months and months and months and years, generally correlate with more severe crashes when the crash eventually comes, as the video that I had linked to demonstrates. And then, of course, if you watch it the last 30 seconds, I kind of like their channel for the charts that they do. They put in really obnoxious ads for their trading advice services. But anyway, so our current situation in 2024 is that the yield curve has been inverted, 2-year higher than the 10-year, for 540 days. That is, I think, the third highest ever. It's comparable to the durations of the inversions preceding the 1974 crash and the 2008 global financial meltdown. Both of them were in the low 500s. And it's second only, it's right up there. Second only to the 1929 market crash that kicked off the Great Depression. That had been inverted for 700 days when it finally crashed. So we're second only to the Great Depression right now in terms of the duration of the inversion of the yield curve. The stock market is currently still going up, but keep in mind that the stock market went up for a long time after the 2008 era inversion as well. Actually, so after the yield curve inverted, prior to 2008, like in the lead up to 2008, the stock market kept going up for almost 2 full years. It went up for 657 days, and that was a record. So if the market now were to keep rallying for that length of time today, then the crash would begin this August. So if you counted 675 or 657 days from when our current yield curve inverted, that would be August. So let's put it this way. If the stock market doesn't start to crash before August, it will be a new record, which is possible, but unlikely. So sometime in the second half of this year, either late second quarter or third quarter or fourth quarter, we're likely to see this. And if it keeps going, that would be really something very impressive. But actually, as far as the stock market continuing to rally after the yield inversion curve flips, the Great Depression was crazy in this regard. The stock market almost doubled in value, like at this between that and that. So there was just this insane enthusiasm and optimism, and then actually it just crashed and lost like a super significant portion of its value. And this is the way that investments work, and it takes the economy down with it. So massive crash. So what are the implications? Well, 2008 showed us in recent history that the average person will be angry and more ready to question capitalism itself when events like this happen. As Marxists, we must prepare to do widespread agitation, education, and organizing in its wake, spreading real knowledge about how to understand, resist, and fight back against capital. I linked an Investopedia article with more about the inverted yield curve. Somebody was asking, like, why? So basically, when the yield curve is inverted, it signals that there is a lack of confidence among investors in the future of the economy. Okay, so the longer that this goes on, it kind of corrodes. And then when there is a financial stressor, so it can be, as recently happened in 2020, a pandemic. That's kind of rare. More commonly, it can either be a stock market crash or an oil or other commodity price shock, but especially oil because everything is tied to oil. It's like really fundamental. And so like if we hit a stock market crash now and the stock market does seem to be massively overvalued, that with the inverted yield curve, it means that the inverted yield curve is like corroding the base. So when that shock comes, the base crumbles, basically. And the longer that it's corroded for, the longer that the yield curve is inverted for, it is correlated with worse and worse extensive crash. Like the crash has a more negative impact. And so if you're interested in that, just go to the community tab on the S4A YouTube, scroll down to 4 weeks ago, and you can see that Game of Trades video. So coming off of this, we're in a very precarious situation. Like, you know, to be on the 2008 level, the stock market would crash somewhere around August. So we can expect that it'll crash like June, July, August, September. If it went much further than that, it would be really like new record territory. But probably sometime between now and the end of the year, that is going to begin. So let's start getting ready for it and understanding, first of all, where all this is coming from and what's happening and like what is going on in this environment. So basically how they got out of 2008 and have kept things, you know, somewhat copacetic since then. There was actually almost a crack up in late 2009. Had nothing to do with the pandemic, had to do with the repo market. There was almost a big problem. Basically, they put all this stuff on the Fed's balance sheet and then they can't seem to get rid of it. Every time that they get like 7 or 8% rid of it, there's like another major event threatening to occur. So where I was coming from in pulling the next article, which I'll put up on the screen now, is they're using this new technique of just doing lots and lots of stuff on the Federal Reserve's balance sheet. And before we even get into this, let's look at a nicely colorful graph of the Federal Reserve's liabilities. So here's a table, evolution of the Fed's liabilities, or a chart rather. So you can see that currency is the green line. It's fairly steady, has gone up definitely somewhat in the last few decades. Then the blue is reserves. This is brand new. They didn't really do this before the 2008 crisis, or like in very, very small amounts, not at all comparable to what's going on now. Then there's the reverse repo market or reverse repurchase market. That is orange, and then other liabilities in red, being maybe the smallest, but at times fairly significant. So you can see they're juggling a whole bunch of stuff that they never used to do in the past. And it's kind of reaching a crescendo, especially in the pandemic era. Like, it shoots up dramatically then. This is how they've been keeping another 2008 at bay. But can it last forever? Can they just keep stuff on their balance sheet without any consequences? Well, that's what the article we're about to read has to do with. So this is from the Chicago Booth Review, and the title is Rate Hikes Are Costing the Fed and the Treasury, and Stubborn Inflation Could Make Things a Lot Worse. This is by John H. Cochran, February 2 of last year. So let's just read it. In a period of elevated inflation, which is high prices, such as we're currently experiencing, the interaction between fiscal and monetary policies can lead to some curious phenomena. See, for instance, the chart below, which shows that between September and mid-January, the U.S. Federal Reserve lost more than $20 billion. And you see a chart there, Federal Reserve earnings remittances owed to the Treasury, and you can see that that went way, way negative. What's going on here? What does this line represent, and why is it crashing through the floor in the past 6 months? This chart visualizes an interesting process starting to get underway and hints at how higher interest rates, which the Fed is using to fight inflation, could end up being a big fiscal issue. Here's the story. The Treasury pays the Fed interest on the Fed's asset holdings of Treasury securities. The Fed pays interest on reserves to banks and to other financial institutions that have effectively made deposits at the Fed. As long as the Treasury interest the Fed receives is greater than the interest the Fed pays, the Fed makes money. It spends some and returns the balance to the Treasury. The Fed also issues cash, which pays no interest, so the Fed makes steady money on the difference between interest-bearing assets and the zero return of cash. But when the short-term rates the Fed pays rise sufficiently to make its interest expenses greater than its interest earnings, the Fed loses money. It stops sending interest earnings to the Treasury. The chart is in essence the amount the Fed has lost. Usually the Fed makes some money. The chart line goes up. Then the Fed pays out to the Treasury, and the line goes back to near zero. When the Fed loses money, the Treasury doesn't send a check to bail the Fed out. Instead, the Fed accumulates its losses, $20 billion so far. The Fed then will wait to make this amount back again before it starts sending money to the Treasury. For broad brush macroeconomics, the Fed and the Treasury are the left and right pockets of the federal government, so this fact has no direct implications. What it means is simply that as interest rates rise, the government is going to pay more interest on its debt, which includes the Fed's liability of reserves and cash. The event is revealing, however. The Fed's massive quantitative easing operation has undone a lot of the Treasury's long-term debt, which would have kept interest costs from rising so fast. The Treasury issued long-term debt, the Fed bought it and issued short-term debt instead, and they will share profits and losses. So the Fed's losses are really just a measure of the extra interest on the debt that QE has caused. Granted, $20 billion isn't a huge amount in today's Washington, but the process suggested by the chart is just getting started. Implications for the Fed. No, the Fed is not about to go bankrupt. The Fed can print money, so conventional bankruptcy, which is when you can't pay bills, simply cannot happen. If they have a bill, they will print more money, but that printing money can have consequences. If the Fed had no assets at all, it could simply print money, create new reserves, to pay the interest on outstanding reserves. That would only come to an end if the Fed had to soak up reserves or cash by selling assets to avoid inflation, which is really the consequence. Also, the accounting involved is a little weird. The Fed only counts interest income and ignores mark-to-market values when calculating its remittances to the Treasury. So we're talking about the accumulated interest received on the Fed's assets minus interest paid on reserves. The Fed has taken a bath in mark-to-market asset values as interest rates have risen. The Fed doesn't need to worry about it because it can hold the securities to maturity. However, this means that the Fed will likely have to hold them to maturity. The Fed now has $8.5 trillion of assets. A speedy quantitative tightening, selling those assets, would force the Fed to recognize mark-to-market losses. So don't count on that event. Fortunately, in my view of the world, QE didn't do much but shorten the maturity structure of outstanding debt. So the lack of QT won't be missed. Others disagree. Alyssa Anderson, Philippa Marx, Dave Na, Bernd Schlusser, and Zeynep Senyuz at the Fed have a very nice analysis of the situation, along with explanations of how it all works. In their baseline projection, the federal funds rate jumps from near zero, where it was in early 2020, to a median of just under 4% for 2023, below where it stood as of mid-January of this year, before gradually declining to stabilize around 2.5%. Well, anybody in the chat, where are we now with the federal funds rate? Has it gradually started to decline to stabilize around 2.5%? So when is that going to happen? Under that projection, the Fed's interest income dips between 2022 and 2025, even though interest rates rise. The Fed is still sitting on old bonds with very low interest rates. Interest income starts rising when these mature, and the Fed reinvests in new bonds with higher interest rates. Interest expense, on the other hand, responds much more quickly to the rise in rates as the Fed pays higher interest on reserves, but the projection largely follows the reasonably rosy scenario that the funds rate eases as inflation goes away. Well, it definitely has not done that yet, I want to point out. And again, this article was written over a year ago. The rate hikes that they've done have not really had that effect. And so they're now talking about higher for longer again, because they were talking about, I mean, they really never stopped talking about higher for longer as far as the federal funds rate. But the market really started getting nervous about that and was like, but you're going to cut them soon, right? You're going to cut them soon, right? And they're like, we might if things change. And then everybody's like, they're going to cut them. Like, well, no, we're always going to do that if things got better, but we need to keep them high to try to tame inflation to the arbitrary level of 2% per year, where prices keep rising. No, you actually need prices to come down from where they are now because they're in an insane bubble right now. Nobody can afford anything, but they're still talking about they haven't tamed it to the 2% level even, and that's with holding the rate high. So nothing's really going to plan so far. But anyway, the bottom line in their projection is that remittances to the Treasury stop for a few years while interest expense is greater than earnings, but then pick up again once the Fed can roll over its asset portfolio. All well and good, but I can think of plenty of ways this can go wrong. Suppose inflation does not fade away, as is happening so far, and substantial interest rate hikes are needed, as seems to be the case. Suppose, for example, we replay 1980, when short-term interest rates shot up to nearly 20%, except this time with the Fed maintaining a huge balance sheet and paying interest on reserves. So those interest rates matter in terms of, again, let's go back quickly to the chart. Now, in 1980, the line was even lower than it was in 2004. I mean, it was like fairly steady, but it was about at that level. So that's what they had to worry about at that point. Very, very small level of reserves. Now they got the weight of the world, or the weight of the world economy on their back here. And if they have to start paying 10, 15% interest on that, yeah, that's not a situation that really can hold for very long. I mean, are you risking hyperinflation at that point or what, as they have to just keep, because again, they can print money, so they're not going to just default on things. They're not going to just not pay the bills. But how much money do they have to start printing at that point? We're going to look at the U.S. national debt in general in a minute. So second to last section here, the cost of high interest rates for taxpayers. If short-term rates reach the level of the 1980s, this is what they were just talking about, the Fed's interest expense could rise to $1 trillion. High yields on government bonds would also be costly for the Treasury. Because remember, the government partly funds itself by selling bonds that they then pay interest to investors on. And the more that they have to pay, like, the way that you entice people into buying your bonds is by offering an attractive interest rate, an attractive return on that investment. And that's expensive for the government. So, how else does the government raise money? Well, through taxes. But, and so, we're just coming through tax season now. They just collected money. You're unlikely to see a major crisis at this point. But, as their bond auctions may not hit all the targets, it's like getting into really shaky territory. And again, you have on the consumer, like average worker or proletarian level, people are racking up record amounts of debt, just trying to pay their bills and get by and get food and pay for rent and mortgage and all that kind of stuff. We've talked a lot about housing. We haven't really talked about the car market yet. The car market is doing the same thing that housing is. Now, you can get by a little easier without a car or access to a car at least than with housing. It's less essential. But in U.S. society, it's still pretty necessary in many places to have a car, at least be sharing a car or something like that. And prices, again, just with housing, are insanely high and need to start coming down. I think that you're going to start to see eventually, as the crash hits, a sale, 20% off, 25% off, 30% off, maybe even more. And then eventually those, quote, sale prices will probably just become like the regular price because, that's how much things are inflated right now and so on. So it'll be like 30% off. And it's like, well, it should never have been that high in the first place. So you're kind of just coming back down to maybe where it ought to be. But anyway, that crash, it's so precarious. But anyway, let's finish. The Fed's $8.5 trillion in assets corresponds to about $6.2 trillion of interest-paying liabilities, including $3 trillion of reserves and $2.5 trillion in reverse repos, which are essentially reserves for non-bank financial institutions, plus $2.3 trillion of currency. Even assuming that people still will hold that much currency as interest rate spikes, which they won't do and didn't do in 1980, $6.2 trillion times 15% equals nearly $1 trillion of interest expense. Now we are talking real money. The Fed's maturity shortening via QE will cause the government an extra $1 trillion of deficit per year. And this is what I'm saying. This is how they got out of the 2008 scenario. There was a credit crunch. Nobody wanted to lend to anybody. Liquidity totally dried up. It was like a car engine without oil, just seizure. So that's where the Fed was like, and so the Fed chairman, Ben Bernanke, got the nickname Helicopter Ben because he was like, push comes to shove, we drop money from helicopters just to get the economy going again. And that's basically what they did with QE. They dropped the interest rates to 1%, then to 0, and people still, the lenders still didn't want to lend because nobody seemed creditworthy, and there was this overall crisis of confidence. And so QE comes in. They're like, all right, look, we'll manage it, just get the economy going again. But now continuing this is costing them as interest rates go back up. Like, remember, this has been a very low interest rate environment for a very long time. Now the inflation is like out of control. They're raising the rates in an effort to get that down, but that's having consequences for how much they have to pay. So, and this is the tip of the iceberg. The Treasury will also have to refinance all the debt that the Fed is not holding at the same higher interest rates. The Treasury debt isn't that long-term either. The federal government is a lot like a couple that bought a mega mansion they can't really afford and took out an adjustable rate mortgage on. If rates stay high for very long, this will start to get very expensive indeed. So do you get into a hyperinflation scenario where, we already have a problem with just high inflation, but not catastrophically high quite yet? I feel like we're on the cusp of things are really, really becoming unaffordable, but it's not yet at the point where, a loaf of bread costs a wheelbarrow full of currency, etc. So talking about all this, and then I want to talk about the corporate debt wall that is looming. This is from the Treasury, fiscaldata.treasury.gov, I think is the thing. So this is the U.S. national debt over the last 100 years. So what they are trying to do here to keep things funded is well, the level of debt is just going up and up. This might not be the worst problem, except that to finance this, they're having to sell more bonds and do other things, which is escalating in the way that the article just said. So, as far as the average, the average worker is not an investor, but is this going to cause a major calamity in the system? Because remember, when the recession hits, finally, one of the major components is mass unemployment. In the 2008 crisis, I think unemployment got up above 10%. And, in the past, in the Great Depression, much higher than that. So what are we looking at? You already see people, the average working person is taking out more and more, actually collectively a record amount of credit card debt just to get by. There's also huge numbers of charge-offs surging where the credit card companies are just writing off debt as not really collectible. And this is before the layoffs even have started. So very concerning signs. And again, we've got the inverted yield curve. All you need is a major shock to this economy, a stock market crash, an oil shock. Oil shock could come from if the war that Israel's doing with the genocide in Palestine expands to a regional war, which the U.S. is trying to prevent by parking warships off the coast so that Israel, and around the world, so that Israel can keep doing what it's doing. They're trying to prevent it, but it may or may not actually work. So there could be an oil shock, there could be some other thing, or it could be some other less common scenario. But in other words, bottom line, you've got such a shaky situation here. And again, going back to the tricks that the Federal Reserve has been using to, manage this thing away, it might become prohibitively expensive. They were able to do all this when interest rates were very low. But again, like they said, if it goes to 10, 20% as it has done in the past, that may not really come without other structural consequences. So, but this is kind of the government side and the management of the overall capitalist situation. Let's talk about some of the companies, because corporations also are not immune to the situation. As we've talked about before, there's a lot of debt out there that is about to be refinanced this year and especially next year at possibly much higher interest rates. A lot of companies probably aren't going to be able to do that. They will close or shrink. People will be laid off. That's probably how the layoffs will start, or at least one portion of it. And again, if it happens in a key sector, that can drag down the whole economy and so on. Here's an article that's more on the optimistic side. This is from 2 months ago, March 4, published in Reuters. And it deals with this topic. They're trying to give it a positive spin. I think that it may actually not be that positive a situation, but the title of the article is U.S. Junk Bond Maturity Wall Not as High as Feared by Jamie McGeever. Thought I was reading that wrong. Anyway, let's read. So, Dateline, Orlando, Florida. What looked from a distance like an unscalable debt maturity wall for junk-rated U.S. companies next year might be easier to jump after all. So basically the corporate debt wall is these companies have debt that they need to, refinance, like it expires, and suddenly they're not going to be able to do things at 0% interest or 1% interest. As the saying goes, anything is a sustainable business model at 1%. But if you have to do it and be profitable as capitalism demands at 5%, 6%, 7%, 10% if it goes that high, there's a lot of companies that are not going to be able to scale that, and bang, that is where the contraction, that's where the rubber meets the road. So with borrowing costs elevated by the Fed's most aggressive interest rate hiking cycle in 40 years, which are expected to stay high, there are fears that firms with the lowest credit ratings will struggle to refinance, potentially spreading a wave of defaults and financial distress over the wider economy. Some of the numbers are certainly eye-catching. Nearly $1.5 trillion of high-yield debt, including loans, is maturing globally through the end of 2026, of which $882 billion is U.S. debt, according to S&P Global. So that's more than half is from the U.S. There's also significant amounts in the EU. They're facing a gigantic debt wall. Of that, $338 billion is in bonds. $53.8 billion is maturing this year, $125.5 billion next year, and $158.6 billion in 2026. These are large amounts of debt for companies having to refinance at potentially double the original rates on the loans. But early indications show that they're managing to do just that. Well, we've barely started, so don't count your chickens before they've hatched. And there are reasons to believe that they can I want to believe that they can successfully navigate the path ahead too. Everything's fine. These people, they will tell you everything's fine, like literally as like everything is collapsing to the ground. And then they're like, oh, I guess we had some outdated information. Anyway, the economy is showing no sign of rolling over. Attractive yields are bringing lenders back, while cooling inflation keeps rate cuts on the table. Not really. Actually, the inflation is not cooling enough, and the Fed has been more clear that it seems to them less likely that they're going to be cutting anytime soon. So this is like the level of just, wishful thinking and believing what you want to believe that is so prevalent in the sort of mainstream articles on a lot of these topics. It's a favorite, and why? Because they need the money to keep flowing. It's a con game. They need your confidence. They need your belief. There are reasons to believe, yes, hand over that money. Everything's going to be, oops, did you lose everything? It's a favorable set of conditions for junk-rated firms, which tend to begin rolling over their debt earlier than cash-rich investment-grade firms, around 12 months before maturity. S&P Global Research shows non-financial firms globally last year reduced 2024 maturities by 44%, lowered 2025 maturities by 27%, and even started trimming 2026 maturities by 6%. Looking solely at corporate bonds, excluding loans, the 2024 maturity wall was reduced by 13% last year, and the 2025 wall was lowered by 6%. This has continued in the first 2 months of the year. Quote, in our view, the maturity wall is not a significant risk over the next 12 months, said Amanda Lynham, head of macro credit research at BlackRock. So there you have some visual representation of the corporate debt wall. And you can see for each of the years, there are 3 bars. So one of them is as of 2024. And then, so it's basically every 6 months. The blue one is January 23. The orange one is July 23. And then January 24 is that maroon or purple or whatever it is one. And so it has gone down. They've been able to pay some of this off. But let's read on. I can CCC for miles. Lynham also notes 2 other encouraging signals for the high-yield market. Default rates may be plateauing, and there is an increased willingness to lend to the lowest quality borrowers. So that is the opposite of a credit crunch where nobody can get funding. But this is right now under pretty good conditions. So I wonder how many of those assumptions went into this. But continuing, default rates on junk-related corporate bonds, those with a BB minus credit rating or lower, double B minus credit rating or lower, look to have leveled off in recent months around 4%. That in itself is a pretty low level historically, certainly relative to previous episodes of wider economic or financial stress when they reached 8% at a maximum. Default rates may well rise further, but not that far, barring an unforeseen shock. Well, what were you just talking about? Analysts at S&P Global expect the U.S. trailing 12-month junk corporate default rate to reach 4.75% by the end of this year. After a near uninterrupted 2-year hiatus since the Federal Reserve began its policy tightening cycle in March 2022, CCC-rated U.S. borrowers are issuing debt again. They feel confident coming back to the market, but lenders are also prepared to lend to them again. The resilience of the junk bond market, yield spreads over treasuries, are the narrowest in 2 years, indicating that the economy's glide path to a, quote, soft landing or even no landing has perhaps been hiding in plain sight all along. So this is what this article is about selling you on soft landing, no landing yet again. While the deeply inverted yield curve, which literally signifies a recession every single time, soured consumer confidence, and consumers just holding on by their fingernails, and other time-honored recession markers have long flagged a pending downturn, the high-yield bond market has been flashing completely opposite signals. Junk bonds are often among the first assets investors dump when rising interest rates start to bare their teeth. Credit conditions become too tight, and the good times on Wall Street and Main Street come to a halt, sometimes a crashing halt. Yeah, except what? Wall Street is still continuing to rise on the AI hype and on other just general confidence. And people really think that this time is different and capitalism has worked out all the contradictions and there's never going to be a crash and soft landing, no landing, etc., etc. So, they act like this is some brand new magic trick every single time that it happens. And that's what you're seeing in this article again. Anyway, here's some note of critical thinking. But if higher for longer borrowing costs are a headwind for junk, stronger for longer economic growth is an even more powerful tailwind. So, in other words, even if that happens, don't worry because, general economic growth is going to be fine. Quote, we view a stronger economy as more favorable for credit quality as it should help to support issuers' revenue and growth, which can help to offset higher borrowing costs, said Evan Gunter, Director, Credit Research and Insights at S&P Global Ratings. And the conclusion, tougher test in 2028. Yeah, I don't think it's going to hold together that long. Junk-rated companies don't have the cash buffers to see them through the bad times that investment-grade companies do. So they are more reliant on good old-fashioned growth to ensure that they can meet their borrowing needs. To be sure, these needs will become more pressing in a few years' time when post-pandemic borrowing starts to mature. And of course, the pandemic's still ongoing. They just mean the time when people treated the pandemic as real. According to S&P Global, the global high-yield maturity wall in 2028 will be $1 trillion, higher than the investment-grade wall. That may scare the horses, but there's a long way to go before then. So the whole article is a tone of very obvious persuasion and attempting to reassure. As Michael C. Eisenband, global co-leader of corporate finance and restructuring at FTI Consulting, points out, every bout of maturity wall panic in markets or the media in the past 15 years has passed off without incident. Okay, yes, because the Fed has been doing incredible new feats of juggling to stave it off. The argument here is that time has finally come and all the things that they have done to forestall the inevitable are finally coming home to roost. Super loose Fed policy and trillions of dollars of quantitative easing might have helped, of course, but he has a point. Quote, much like other feared apparitions such as the Loch Ness Monster and Sasquatch, that's how real this is. The maturity wall is visible at great distance, but never up close, he wrote last month. Well, recall a few streams ago when we covered before every crash, including '08, there was still the chorus of soft landing, no landing, etc. Even the guy that coined that term was dramatically wrong. This was like late 70s, I think. So this is what we've got. It's like, oh yeah, maybe 4 years from now, you might have to worry about it a little bit, but for now, everything's fine and it's going to continue to be fine. And honestly, this makes me more concerned than anything else. One last thing on this topic. This is from another article from Bankrate. This is talking about quantitative easing and how the Fed is trying to back off of that a little bit. Because, again, as we're looking at the chart, quantitative easing is when this line goes up with the blue and the red and all that stuff. They've done a hell of a lot of it. Every time that starts to go down, what happens? It starts going back up again and eventually to much higher levels. They can't get out of this. Okay? So that's why be concerned, because they're doing stuff now which is going to get expensive. And if they have to discontinue this because of the expense of this, yeah, they were able to do it for 10 years, even 15 years. But can they keep it up forever? Well, it's going to get expensive if the interest rates stay high. And when they dump this, what is going to happen? You might see something that dwarfs 1929. If the length of the inverted yield curve is any indicator, And there are other indicators. We talked about the Buffett indicator, and which is just GDP to the stock market. The stock market is hugely overvalued. Speaking of Buffett, there's a number of stories right now on how Buffett's investing firm is widely viewed as like kind of like the smartest or just most successful investor ever. They're sitting on a massive record pile of cash. They're not investing in anything, which suggests that they don't see the economy being very strong, and probably that there is going to be a crash when prices are going to become much more favorable for them to buy up a lot of new stuff and consolidate capital even more. So just all the writings on the wall that this is like the eerie calm before the storm, and articles like the one we just read, again, just a bit chilling. But anyway, going back to this bank rate thing, talking about quantitative easing, just because the Fed is slowing down the process now and doing a little bit of tightening again, also doesn't mean that the balance sheet will stop shrinking. Much like a car that slows down as it approaches its exit on the interstate, officials will instead just try to approach their destination much more gradually. Quote, normalizing the balance sheet, which is what this whole article was about, is like, where does quantitative easing end? It doesn't seem like they can ever really successfully pull off quantitative tightening or get it back down to a level. And the article was basically like, well, they probably will never go back to pre-pandemic or let alone pre-2008 levels. So, just get used to this sort of massive amount on the Fed's balance sheet. But can they sustain that? Anyway, quote, normalizing the balance sheet more slowly can actually help to get to a more efficient balance sheet in the long run by smoothing redistribution and reducing the likelihood that we'd have to stop prematurely, which is what they've had to do every time, said Dallas Fed President Lori Logan, who was at the helm of the last nomination process while working at the New York Fed during a January speech. But I mean, like, why have they had to stop prematurely? They had to stop in 2019 because of repo madness and the threat of a credit crunch. And they had to stop in 2023 because of the failures of SVB and Signature. So that's what happens as they tighten, is especially right now, the small and medium banks start to pop. Anyway, but no matter what, consumers are unlikely to ever see the Fed's balance sheet or banks' reserves return to the levels they were in the past. Quote, it's Hotel California. You can check in but never check out, McBride says. When you focus on downsizing it, you only downsize it a little bit, and the next crisis, it gets bigger and bigger. The next 50% change in the size of the Fed's balance sheet is going to be larger, not smaller, unquote, end of article. So there you go. It's still hasn't hit yet entirely. The unemployment hasn't spiked yet, and when it does go up, it tends to go up very sharply. But that hasn't spiked yet, and everything for now has not totally fallen apart. People are still getting by on credit, and major waves of businesses haven't gone under. But how long can they keep this up for due to those rising costs and a higher interest rate environment? So we're going to bring everything together with a video reaction in just a minute, but I want to catch up with the chat real quick. I am through most of the ML Starter playlist, or the basic ML study guide, just about finished with What Is to Be Done, and it has been fantastic. I'm glad you like What Is to Be Done. I actually found that one of Lenin's driest works. There are sections in What Is to Be Done that I think are great, and then there's also kind of dry sections too, but I'm glad you're enjoying it. You do have to study. Yeah, it's social science. I mean, you can't, you wouldn't be able to do much chemistry without studying. Same thing with social science, historical development, etc. Yes, sources confirm Biden not a socialist. Yeah, and the reading itself is the hard part, not the content, just a very active making time. And reading, especially when you see the towering book list, that's what we're trying to help people with here. And I've gotten a lot of comments that it does help over the years. Without S4A, I'd probably be another shitty Dungist, or even worse, a sockdem. I was surprised to hear that in Europe they think people in the US are crazy for taking long commutes and drives. Well, we don't really have a choice because that's the way the country was built, without our input and really more with like oil companies at the wheel. The U.S. truly has a problem of city and municipal planning as well as infrastructure being set up specifically to drive. Capitalists want you to spend money on gasoline. Yeah, oil companies and car companies have run the U.S. If you look at there's a channel, I forget what they're called, but like the name of the channel, but they do kind of like stacked rankings over time. So like it's like a bar graph, and it changes as like there's like a counter of years that scrolls up, and it's like does like a top 10, and so it changes over time. It's like a very dynamic animation. It's very fun to watch. But you can see the companies that have been dominant, in the U.S. in the 20th century, is like all oil and car companies. So yeah, I love watching city and municipal planning videos for this reason. Yeah, urban planning stuff. There's like a big like urban planning Twitter. Definitely, there's a lot of people with a lot of ideas about how to make better lives for people with redesign. It'll take a revolution to implement any of that, to give those people a chance to actually do anything. My company has been selling assets and spinning off parts of its business to reduce debt loads significantly. Yeah, they'll do all the cuts that they can. A lot of companies are holding on to workers right now because a few years ago it was harder to hire people. And even as things get tighter for the companies, they're trying to hold on to employees rather than firing people now and having to rehire them. It seems like in this round of economic downturn, they may be more reluctant than in most downturns to lay people off, but I mean, it'll happen eventually. I'm currently organizing guys to try to save the jobs of the workers from the factory they closed down and bring them here. We're slowly making progress, but I don't think we will be able to save everyone's job. Well, good for at least doing that. And this is indicative of like what Luxemburg said in Reform or Revolution. Increasingly in advanced capitalism, the workers' organizations are kind of only able to just like do defense and to hang on to gains already won, but it gets harder and harder to like win new gains, which is why capitalism just has to go. That's increasingly the only way you can get actual gains, is just by getting capitalism out of the picture entirely. Yeah, it's the meme with the dog in the burning house. This is fine. Our savior, the Fed, will come for our salvation. Yeah, so there's some discussion about individuality in capitalism. In the whole like personal responsibility and individuality, that is promoted by capitalism for the class purposes of capital, which are first and foremost exploiting the proletariat. So it's ruling class ideology, which doesn't serve the proletariat and is really at odds with reality. So that is its purpose. And the person arguing kind of aggressively about that needs to stop. An Orthodox Marxist once told me that the Vanguard Party is inherently anti-socialist because they're basically a, quote, new bourgeoisie, and that socialist Russia wasn't barely different than Tsarist Russia. I don't even know what to say. I am kind of planning to do a video of kind of like we just read the thing of against Dengism, kind of doing it against anarchism and against Orthodox Marxism, because, yeah, these are ridiculous talking points. No, Orthodox Marxists are anti-Leninist. They're like left comms. There is no difference between a Marxist and a Leninist. Marxism-Leninism is Marxism in the age of proletarian revolutions and imperialism. Well, anyway, things are getting feisty, but we're just in time to go into a reaction video. I haven't done one of these in a while, so let's get it up. And so where this is coming from, this is not left criticism. This is actually a hilariously titled video from more of a petty bourgeois investor channel who, there's about a dozen of these people that I've taken to watching because they are covering the signs of impending recession pretty closely. And they do the play-by-play. And, in their minds, they are the wolves who are, not sheeple and this and that. And so they try to do their own investment research, and they're going to become these like skilled master investors on their own because of their own research. I mean, a lot of these people, they're just scum. They're slime. In my opinion, they're like the lowest of the low. You got one guy, forget the name of the channel. He's a literal used car salesman. You got the guy with the sunglasses that walks around in the tank tops, Bordenaro. You got Reventure Consulting, who I think is the mildest of the bunch, but he's and does more pretty intelligent housing, finance and economics research, housing market research, and but even he, leans into right-wing talking points at various times, although does give a bit more of a nod to like the average person. There's a super scummy fascist one, the Real Estate Ninja. Look this guy up just for like cringe value, the hair. But yeah, this guy's always going on about how like the middle class has to take back this country. It's full on just fascist MAGA crap. But anyway, all these people, they do follow the markets really closely. And so I watch some of these people just for the data because, you can strip it out from all of the fascist middle class reactionary conclusions and, just look at, okay, there's going to be a recession. What does that mean for me as a communist, kind of thing. But so this is from another one, Eurodollar University. This guy comes like strikingly close at times to actually the very name of his channel. Here, let me put it up on the up on the screen here. And okay, there's the, oh, can I not just pause this? There we go. What do we do? There's the guy. All right, this is gonna be fun. He comes dangerously close sometimes to actually getting the big picture, that capitalism is just dying. And this is the logic of capitalism, that it consolidates. Eventually, everything ends up in the hands of a very few people. And the name of his channel, Eurodollar University, the reference to the Eurodollar is he's like, oh, there's some like conspiracy researcher who discovered that the dollar isn't independent. And since the First World War, actually all of the capital has been increasingly internationalized, and the euro and the dollar are linked and all this stuff. And I was just like, you might want to look into like Marxism, Leninism, because you're coming dangerously close to realizing the truth, but it would cause you to abandon these ridiculous, bourgeois aspirations that you have as a guy who obviously studied investing and, thinks that he's going to be rich. And who knows, maybe his family has money. I don't really know what his background is. But the hilarious title of this video is Communism is Infiltrating the World Because, all caps, of Economics. So we're gonna see if this guy actually has any understanding of communism or how it's infiltrating the world or whatever. I know that Xi Jinping was in the thumbnail of this video, but communism is infiltrating the world because of economics. And again, I think that this is coming close to, but the conclusion that capitalism, goes through its ascendant phase and then it consolidates into imperialism, and then no more historical progress results from imperialism. It just becomes oppressive and more consolidated and so on. And it devolves into fascism in an effort to maintain itself against the possible forces of social revolution, the organized working class. So anyway, let's hear what this guy has to say. I'm actually excited to bring this over onto the channel because privately, like, I listen to some of this and I feel like this guy 50% makes sense some of the time. And then other times he's just sort of like rambling about stuff and the comments are like, what are you even talking about? So to share my pain with you, here we go. Let's dig in and let me make sure I have the levels right.
We have a real and growing Marxist problem on our hands, and it isn't really about communism, socialism, and a bunch of other related isms. And it isn't just that the stock market is soaring at the same time that working families are desperately struggling. That's part of it, but only part. There's always going to be hardcore Marxists. They're not going away.
Wait, okay, so we have a major problem with Marxism, but it's not about socialism or communism. How does that work? And then it doesn't have to do with the fact that people are struggling. What? So, all right. So, okay, then we've got hardcore Marxists haven't really gone away. Okay, well, present and reporting for duty, but I'm speechless. Just like the fundamental misunderstandings of, I think, basic concepts that are going to be presented in this video. I'm really excited for. And let me turn down the volume slightly on his thing, just looking at my level versus his.
What's swelling their ranks and convincing maybe much of an entire generation to be sympathetic to those arguments is that no one else will listen to their generational plight. Every damn time you hear someone talking about the booming economy, they've just converted another lost soul into a Marxist.
Well, actually, the real staying power that Marxism has is that it can accurately explain and describe historical development and, the kinds of things that he's talking about, the ups and downs in the market and the ultimate futility of believing in capitalism and, hitching your wagon to it for the long haul. Marxism can actually provide real explanations that fucking libertarianism, like whatever kind of batshit right-wing petty bourgeois fascist stuff that this guy subscribes to ideologically, it can't do that. So that's actually why. So he's basically complaining when the economy's bad, people start listening to Marxists and maybe they start listening to them for life. Yeah, your system sucks and it's dying. So of course we represent the future. Why wouldn't people listen to us?
By saying the economy is booming when it so clearly is not, they confirm the very arguments many Marxists have been making for a very long time.
So nothing about that is a core Marxist argument. I mean, so this guy's complaint is that they should be more realistic about when the market is bad. Except they can't. They materially cannot do that because their system depends on scamming people. And you lose people's confidence if you tell them accurately what's going on. And then they stop giving you the money. And then, your scam falls apart. It's called exploitation. Which I don't know, I guess this guy hasn't gotten to the stage of understanding yet where he realizes that capitalism has winners, a tiny exploiting class, an extreme minority of the population, and then losers, everybody else who is exploited and lives precariously, selling their labor to get by. Maybe occasionally they get enough capital together to start some little shop, and then most of those go out of business. And increasingly so now in the post-retail apocalypse environment. And, you drive around the U.S., it's the same businesses everywhere. In the strip malls, it's like the same 20 businesses just in different combinations. So, this guy's complaining about the system that, and fundamental things about the system, they can't really do any different than he's talking about. They have to scam people because it's a system that runs on exploitation. But anyway.
The Marxists can now easily say, I told you so. If this is their boom, it is indeed proof of late stage or end stage capitalism.
So that's okay. Late stage capitalism doesn't really have a real meaning, but generally we view capitalism as having two stages. Its ascendant stage when it is actually historically progressive and it is throwing off feudalism, and it's claiming that it's going to bring liberty and freedom to the whole population, although in the end it's really mainly doing this for its own class only, because freedom in capitalism is the freedom to exploit. And yes, there are some improvements in the lives of the average person. I mean, depending, capital will need to educate people to a certain extent, but even then, within the global system of capitalism, some places, some countries are deliberately underdeveloped and on the whole exploited. So that's not even at all. Nothing is even under capitalism. But anyway, capitalism says it's going to bring all these improvements to everyone in the society. In the end, mostly they hold those for themselves. And after capital has reached a certain point, it just starts to stagnate and consolidate, and it becomes imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism. So you got two basic stages there, if you want to call imperialism. Late stage, fine. And then, it starts to sink into fascism to hold back social revolution, which is the only thing that can offer any further historical progress. But Yeah, so anyway, let's get back to the whining.
Now, you may not know it, but those terms are everywhere. And they're more than just a social media subculture. They've been bred by our post 2008 condition. Thus,
Okay, well, so he's at least recognizing that capitalism is having major crises, which is causing people with cause to seek out anti capitalist solutions, which is correct. Okay, what's his solution that doesn't involve anti capitalism?
silent depression. But what can we do about it?
What do you mean? What can you do about it? This is how your system works. People don't like being exploited. Is this confusing?
First, before anything, we need to understand it, to really understand it, where it's coming from, and don't just dismiss it. It's not simply indoctrination. The silent depression has bred new life into a stale, antiquated, utterly destructive doctrine.
Is that a fact? So was it the same utterly destructive doctrine that caused everybody to like lose their house after 2008 and so on? No, that was capitalism. So anyway, let's on the one hand he'll acknowledge that it's the failures of capitalism that cause people to look to a system other than capitalism as the future. Yet at the same time, oh, it can't be socialism. What is your solution here?
So, what is late stage or end stage capitalism? Well, it was a term that was coined at the turn of the last century, the early 1900s, in an article written on May 1st, of course of all days, May 1st being May Day or Labor Day for most communists. In 2017, an author by the name of Annie Lowry wrote an article in The Atlantic which said, late capitalism in its current usage is a catch-all phrase for the indignities and absurdities of our contemporary economy, with its yawning inequality and superpowered corporations and shrinking middle class. But what is late capitalism, really? Where did the phrase come from, and why did so many people start using it all of a sudden? She goes on, there was just a handful of mentions of late capitalism on Twitter before 2009, a few hundred in that year, and perhaps a few thousand in the next, many referring to college coursework. There's the indoctrination. Now it is everywhere.
Okay, so I can't let that pass without something. It's indoctrination. Did you go to college? Indoctrination. You know, universities are such factories of Marxism, etc. So you can already see the anti-intellectual fascism starting to poke through. We're giving these people educations. They're turning into Marxists. Actually, this is not really spreading through the universities. If anything, the universities are doing the kind of what Parenti called anything but class. There's a lot of postmodernism. There's a lot of other things, but, various forms of liberalism. I mean, I defy you to find more than one hardcore Marxist, if any, on most college campuses. So that's just sort of ridiculous and just like standard right-wing claptrap. But
in thousands of social media posts and listicles aimed at millennials, news stories about modern malaise. Modern malaise, stagnation. That's a phrase that we're going to keep coming back to.
Well, it is a phrase we're going to keep coming back to because that is imperialism. Imperialism had its first major crisis in the Great Depression. I mean, before that, there was World War I, of course, which was a fight amongst imperialists for redivision of the world for profit. But then you had the major global crash of the Great Depression and the rise of fascism as a response to rising workers' revolution. I mean, the crash wasn't a response to that, but the fascism was. But it gets worse. As time goes on, capitalism is less and less able to get itself out of crisis. The tendency of the rate of profit is to fall over time. And we did a community post on that recently, some research about how there was a big profitability crisis in the 60s and 70s, and of course, massive economic problems in the 70s, a huge crisis of capitalism. It came back with 2008. There was a brief period in the 90s where it sort of boomed, and the revisionist Soviet Union was destroyed, a lot of that stuff being privatized. It became, new resources for capital to get its hands on and so forth, which previously hadn't been for sale. And then what happened? Then the U.S. is doing its war on terror. It needs to resort to increased, military aggression to expand markets. And now we're coming to a point where there are two major imperialist blocs, the BRICS bloc and the US NATO bloc. And they're coming into conflict because BRICS is saying, hey, we're here, we're doing capitalism, and we are strong, and we're looking to challenge you for redivision of the world again, and a bigger seat at the table in the global system of imperialism and exploitation. But anyway, this guy, I forget what he was even talking about because it's barely relevant. But let's continue.
And this isn't just a phenomenon from the middle 2010s. You can still see late stage and end stage capitalism all over social media.
Yeah, because it hasn't gone away. Why would people stop talking about it when all of the problems are just literally getting worse? This guy does housing market videos like twice a week. Why would you not think people are going, capitalism sucks? Why would you not think that?
And of course academia, but in places far beyond both of those. In an article that was published not that long ago, just a couple months ago, it said this: capitalism, at least for a child of the 2008 economic collapse, presents a rather loaded phrase. When I reflect upon the term, images of Andy Warhol's, perhaps Norman Rockwell's visage comes to mind. Campbell's soup cans and freedom from want Thanksgiving turkeys. Even the economic system itself has been commodified. While these associations are deeply entrenched in American cultural identity, the negative implications of the system aren't exclusive to the shores west of the Atlantic. The talons of a capitalist economy have long been sunk in nations far from the white picket fences of the U.S., such that we must all live out the consequences birthed by the winter of its years. The almost satirical novelty of capitalist tropes masks a menacing truth bound to play out in a not distant future, underpinned by stagnancy, surplus population, and environmental breakdown. The common theme here is stagnation, malaise. The economy seems to have reached its final state. It can go no further.
I mean, yeah, like the outdated mode of production, capitalism, the relations of production, are holding back the economy. They're holding back social progress. It's holding back everything. And as we were talking about earlier, fascism responds to this by destroying the forces of production, deliberately holding society back from social revolution. So, I mean, yeah. I mean, I'm very curious what his counter to this is going to be.
This is something that Marxists have been talking about and thinking about since Marx and Engels. That capitalism, if left to its own devices, would inevitably hang itself. It would reach the final state in which it would not be able to go any further. And anything that looks like it's proof of that state, to the Marxists, is a very specific signal. Because what most people don't realize about Marxism and communism and socialism is they're not meant to compete with capitalism. Instead, the socialist is supposed to take over from the capitalist. Once the capitalist has created a prosperous, wealthy society, led us to be free from want and privation and just minimal subsistence existence, the revolutionary comes in, takes everything over, and redistributes all of that equally among the population. So what the Marxists have been waiting for over a century and a half is that final proof that capitalism has indeed gone as far as it will take humans.
So that's not really accurate. He got more of that right than the standard libertarian does, but that's not really accurate. So Marxists, first of all, do not hold that revolution can only come after a final crisis. Capitalism will keep going on until there is a revolution or until the earth is uninhabitable. Okay, so it takes a revolution to end it, no matter what kind of shape capitalism is in. And in fact, there were a number of socialist revolutions, proletarian revolutions in history, and that started building socialism. And that is a thing that happened. They were defeated in one way or another. The United States, you might have heard of this, did a thing called the Cold War, which involved spending huge amounts of money and military efforts and espionage to defeat socialism wherever it was being built. And then in the socialist countries, there's an internal threat as well from revisionism, or the entry of capitalist ideas into the communist vanguard. And just view the Sino-Soviet split playlist here on the channel for details of how the Khrushchev administration in the USSR was, how that went over in the international communist movement when it started to introduce more petty bourgeois lines and just basically do some classic revisionist things that would lead the USSR away from socialism. And indeed, they started doing capitalism again just a couple of decades later. So anyway, this is partly correct what he's saying and partly not. And yeah, it's true that socialism comes in from a revolution after the workers get sick and tired of capitalism's shit. And, as far as the stuff about distributing things equally, I mean, there is a principle in the lower stage of from each according to ability and to each according to work. And then the higher principle after the socialism is more developed and becomes communism, that it is from each according to ability and then to each according to need. But you're not able to do that right in the beginning. So, yeah, I mean, Marxism holds that just as the bourgeoisie, the capitalists, overthrew the feudalists in a revolution, or the feudal order in a revolution, so too would the proletariat do that after they became conscious of the class situation and felt that capitalism was holding society back. There would be that revolution. I still don't see any problem with any of this, but anyway, let's continue.
Society. Thank you, Mr. Capitalist, for all that you've built. Now give me all of your shit. Because
no, it's not yours. Literally, the proletariat built it. And the proletariat is the ones who have any moral right to that whatsoever, no matter what the capitalist courts say. So, no, it's the workers that made that, and I'm sorry that you and your little pieces of paper behind your big mahogany desk, think it's yours. But no, I mean, history is decided by the masses. And when people feel that, we're past a stage where there is any use to you as a capitalist, then capitalists will cease to exist. This is just history. I'm sorry, you can call it whatever names you want, but that's how it works.
I'm going to give it to everyone else. If this sounds familiar, it should. Malaise, stagnation.
Are we really going into the U.S. government is doing this, or where are we going? This is now I'm on the edge of my seat.
Capitalism has reached its final stage. Bring on the revolution. Part of the proof that Marxists not necessarily need but are looking to see for end stage capitalism is inequality. Because embedded deep...
No, that's not proof of anything. Capitalism is always unequal from start to finish. It does get worse over time, and it gets to extreme and totally absurd levels at the very end. But again, you can launch a socialist revolution at any time that the proletariat and its allied classes out-organize capital. Anytime. Now, it so happens capital has been pretty strong on its side, and then there's been revisionist, reformist leadership on the workers' side. And so just as we were discussing in Fascism and Social Revolution, where the workers' movement embraces reformism, their failure and fascism follow. And where the workers' movement embraces communism, there the middle class falls in line and fascism isn't able to take hold. So, the working class has a historical role of leading the way from capitalism into socialism, which is the beginning of the end of unequal class society. But it's just the beginning of that end. And there's still nothing wrong with it. This guy's trying to get outraged about it. Also, I want to really highlight, so with libertarians in general, the petty bourgeoisie in general, and especially with this guy's channel, they are the kings of doom and gloom. Like they are always looking at kind of the dark side of any given moment. And so every video that this guy makes could be considered, if you cut out any of his sort of political little things that he throws in here and there, you could take it as agitation against capitalism as being a horrendously unstable system that screws over most people in the society. That is like the conclusion of basically every single one of his videos, except what? Except that he thinks he can somehow, he and the other tiny band of little, the minority would-be exploiters, they think they can profit off of it somehow. Rather than seeing what's right in front of your face, that it's screwing over most of the population, they push for no, keep it going so that I might make some money without doing any real work, without producing anything, with just moving some numbers around in the computer, you can make your living and be comfortable. So, I mean, he's the one that has a contradiction here. There's something wrong with what he's saying. And it's like he's not taking the implications of his own research. It's really incredible.
Deeply within the Marxist ideologies, the idea that capitalism, in order to maximize and increase profits, it must come at the expense of workers.
Yes, so, that is literally where profit comes from. It's the that's wow. So exploitation, the extraction of surplus value. In a nutshell, I mean, you can go listen to, we have an audiobook of Marx's Value, Price, and Profit, but in a nutshell, the extraction of surplus value is the price of entry into employment for a capitalist. And most people do not own capital, and that's how the system is. It's not just, oh, you got to get some capital. No. Not everybody can get that capital. And so the majority of people are proletarian. They are dispossessed, don't own capital, and have to sell their labor to a capitalist in order to get the money that they need to buy the commodified food and shelter and all the other essentials to sustain a human existence. The price of entry into capitalist employment is working for free some portion of the workday. You get paid nominally for all of the hours that you were there, if you're getting paid hourly or whatever, but even when you're, not in a situation of outright wage theft, like you worked 8 hours, but you got paid for 6, even if you got paid for all 8 hours or whatever, the wage that you're paid is not the full value that you produced. You have to work some portion of the day above and beyond the necessary labor time as surplus. And it's this free labor that you're doing for the capitalist, which is exploitation. That's what it's about. So, yeah, I'm glad to see that you understand the system you promote.
So as the business owner continues to maximize profits, they have to pay the workers less and less and less until it gets to an extreme point where the worker is impoverished by the limited and low pay. At the same time, the capitalist owner gets more and more wealthy, more and more greedy, more and more distant from the worker's perspective.
I mean, some of that happens. That's not exactly why. It's not that they pay workers less and less necessarily. Again, the tendency of the rate of profit over time is that it falls. But, and to counteract that, they do have to go through periods of squeezing workers harder, increasing the rate of exploitation. So, I mean, there's some of that, but no, the natural tendency of capital is that it multiplies. So that kind of happens just part of the internal logic of capitalism. It's not because the bad capitalists are, not paying people enough. It just, that's how the system runs. So another point of just not understanding the basics.
Again, this should sound exceptionally familiar, especially not just the last 15 years, but the last couple years. Inflation, the supply shock. Workers are indeed struggling, while over the last year and a half, stock market is soaring. The wealthy are doing even better than...
Yes, and it's just the last few years, of course. This has never happened before in the history of capitalism, according to this economist.
Ever before. It is more proof of the end stage state for capitalism. Therefore, now's the time to strike. It's time for revolution. We saw...
So first of all, we are nowhere near a revolutionary moment. per se. The working class is not particularly organized. In fact, the organized working class is kind of percentage-wise at an all-time low. Now, people are being squeezed very high. There's a massive housing crisis, which again, this guy makes videos about regularly. Even basic transportation is increasingly out of reach, and so on. There is an across-the-board cost of living crisis. This isn't the first time that that's happened. And again, this guy knows that because he covered inflation and everything else many times, as it has occurred over the last century. So this sort of like feigned ignorance or inability to connect the dots is, like, why are we just talking about the last few years? So yeah, we are going through a difficult time for workers as capitalists are squeezing extra hard to try to keep that rate of profit up over the long term, which is futile. But for the time being, they're going to keep extracting everything that they can. But anyway, what is your point? That people should like this or think that it's just some part of nature? Like, what is wrong with people trying to think beyond the system exactly?
A bit of this in 2020 itself, especially in the United States. There was a lot of Marxist fever and furor in the country at the time that went away a little bit, but it has never actually gone away. As I was just quoting from that article in 2017, the idea of end-stage capitalism and the allure of Marxism has been steadily building and growing and existing underneath. Go all the way back to the immediate aftermath of 2008 with Occupy Wall Street. Occupy Wall Street didn't actually disappear. It disappeared from the front pages and from all news media, but it has sprung forth in all sorts of other directions with its hands and its tentacles stretching in every which.
Its tentacles. Bro, you were talking about average working people. You were completely out of touch. This fucking douchebag, bourgeois aspirational stuff that you're doing here with the tentacles. You're talking about average working people who are trying not to get crushed by a cost of living crisis. And this isn't necessarily proof of some final crisis, although I guess it could be that, a thing that it takes, capital several decades to recover from. Usually what they've learned is that they do a world war to help speed that recovery. But, also when they do that in the past, there have been proletarian revolutions with each world war, which is why they're trying to avoid that. But yeah, so like, what is the point here? People should just get over it? I mean, that seems to be the conclusion of what he's saying. Anyway.
And the further the economy gets from actually booming, the more people it leaves behind, the more stocks soar, and the perception of the wealthy getting wealthy continues to rise with the share prices.
Yeah, it's not just a perception. They are getting wealthier, and everybody else is struggling more. That's how this system works, and it's why we must end this system by organizing to end it. There's nothing wrong with that. It's natural. It's actually in most people's material interests to say, this system got us this far, and now it is past its expiration date. We have outgrown it. Society has evolved beyond the need for capitalism. That's actually what Marxism says, is that at some point, capitalism, it initially has a historically progressive role. And then after it's fulfilled that role, it just becomes oppressive. And the next revolutionary class is the working class that was created by capital, the proletariat. I mean, the proletariat is found throughout different stages of society, but never is it like the bulk of the population like this. And it's only in capitalism that it really makes society go the way that it does. And so it organized labor in proximity to the means of production, the factories and the workplaces and the raw materials and everything. It becomes the revolutionary class. We can take over. We don't need the parasites exploiting us anymore. And the working class is more than capable of taking over the managing of society and running the economy on a not-for-profit basis and according to planning to meet people's needs, not speculative, profit gambles. So yeah, that's all actually good, natural, and fascism has been holding us back from this. And this little douchebag, whiny douchebag, is just somewhere in the middle complaining, because he's definitely not big bourgeoisie. He's the typical reactionary petty bourgeois who's like, no, wait, I haven't had my turn in the big chair yet. You can't do socialist revolution. Well, no, history doesn't care about you. History doesn't care about the petty bourgeoisie. You're not a historically significant class. You are at best a puppet and a weapon of the big bourgeoisie, which convinces you to uphold their system. So, like, that's where you fit in. Maybe you should actually join the masses of humanity who you were saying have tentacles. Yeah, you got a lot to change here.
The more it feeds into this same narrative. And it's not just a narrative. To many people, this is, again, proof positive that capitalism is done. It is gone as far as it can go.
I mean, whether it's gone absolutely as far as it can go is not really the question. It's that we don't want it to go any fucking further because I, for one, speaking for myself, don't want to waste any more years of my life being trampled, okay? Which has been my experience with being part of the fucking workforce. And I've, even like as I mentioned earlier in the stream, I had a small business at one point for a few years. Got out of it because it didn't seem like it had a big future. But, this is the experience of most people is like you work and it sucks. Most people live paycheck to paycheck, struggling to afford things. This very guy, this channel has done things about how people are increasingly having to live off of credit in record amounts. They're struggling to meet basic needs. Why would you stump for a system that does this to people and that inherently does this to people? But I bet he's going to come up with some libertarian shit like it's just the Fed. It's just the Fed. No, it's capitalism. The Federal Reserve and the other central banks are a way that advanced capitalism tries to manage itself and to be more stable when it knows it is becoming very unstable and has been so for a long time. That these crises occur periodically. They're cyclical. The economy booms and then it crashes. This is inherent to capitalism. It was described by Marx and Engels as crises of overproduction, and then there must be destruction of capital, and then the process can resume. This is like super common, but the whole outrage. Oh, and by the way, there was I must comment the other jab at like academia. No, it's not coming from academia. It's coming from just people becoming more class conscious and realizing, hey, this economy doesn't work for me. And I'm wasting my life. I'm getting no opportunities. And we have the technology to put people on the moon. But for some reason, we have gigantic tent cities in major U.S. urban areas. Something is wrong, and it's social and it's economic, and we could do differently with a new system. There's nothing wrong with that. That is a natural conclusion to reach when you're thinking about your class interest as a working person who doesn't own capital, doesn't live off of capital. So where's the problem here?
What you get from mainstream media sources or from officials in the government whose incentive is to tell you all the time that everything is great. The central banks, the central bankers, what do they always tell you? We're doing a terrific job. The economy's just great. Everything is perfectly fine. And the more you can tell that's a lie, the more you look for alternative sources of not just information, but in all.
It's not just because people think that that's a lie. It's because of the fact that things aren't good. It's not because the Fed lied to people. It's because people aren't living the kind of lives that they believe that they could live given our state of technological development and resources and so on. We could do better than this. Another better world is possible. People know it. It's nothing to do with the Fed lying. Like any ruling class is going to try to preserve its, its class rule. And it's going to try to do that by persuading people that things are okay and that every other alternative is somehow worse. That's like super typical. It's because people are seeing with their own eyes this fucking system is screwing us over. There's a million examples of this. It's also destroying the environment and making the planet uninhabitable, by the way. In addition to the sort of short term, I can't afford a car or whatever else.
Alternative way to look at the world. And what the Marxists are saying sounds like what's happening in the actual economy. So what I wrote many...
Yeah, Marxism actually does accurately describe the economy and has done so for 175 years. You would know that if you actually studied it.
years ago was this massive income inequality becomes paramount, and on both sides. For the socialist, it is the animating feature of worker unrest and dissatisfaction. For the capitalist, it is an inherent flaw that inevitably, as Marx forecast, leads to the system's destruction.
It's not so much the inequality that leads to the system's destruction. It's that the overwhelming mass of the population doesn't have a material interest in continuing the system which they don't run and which exploits them. Yes, it is unequal, for sure, but it's that the system doesn't work for people and really can't work for most of the population. And the more that people realize this, the more they try to agitate and organize to do something about it. That makes complete sense. But this is such a bizarre and stupid quote. This massive income inequality becomes paramount on both sides. For the socialist, it is the animating feature of worker unrest and dissatisfaction. I mean, we could have a better world, whether that's like specifically a realization regarding inequality. I don't know about that. But for the capitalist, it is an inherent flaw. It's not a flaw. It's how they make their money. You know, why do you think they're so rich? It's because everybody else isn't. They have all the money. Like there's a finite amount of stuff, and it's going to some people way more than others. They would not be rich. You know what I mean? Like this is so basic, and they're trying to make it out to be some like conspiracy of the Marxists whispering. I mean, he hasn't said that Marxism lies to people yet, which I'm a little surprised about. But I guess he really can't. This guy doesn't seem unintelligent to me, just politically backward. But just the inclusion of this little cartoon on the side, it's like the devious, scheming Marxist trio there. But you haven't actually shown that anything that we say is wrong yet. In fact, it's totally natural for people not to want to be exploited. Can you address that?
Too much wealth concentrates at the top and can only concentrate at the top. Torches and pitchforks come not long after. For Marxists, the key is...
Okay, but tell me this. Why wouldn't torches and pitchforks follow long after? If you showed up to a birthday party and one person walked over to like the food table and just like took out a big bag and dumped all of the snacks into the bag and were like, these are mine now. What do you think the other people at the party would say? Like, human beings don't like that. We don't tolerate that. And yeah, people do feel like, oh, if you earned something, like somebody can have a nice thing that maybe somebody else, might be a little jealous about or whatever. Like, oh, I wish I could do that. But that's jealousy within the kind of context of like everybody is basically doing okay and more or less on the same page. That's not at all the situation that we have now. Some people have all the power and all the money and all the opportunity and everything, and most people have virtually nothing. So it's just not in our nature to permit that. If people perceive it as unfair, it is. And, people eventually organize to do something about it. Why is that wrong?
Is stagnation, malaise, not just as a signal to begin the revolutionary process, but to take advantage of the disillusionment, the dissatisfaction with the current state of affairs, and project a more just society going forward. The economy's done. It's leaving you behind. Come over to the revolutionary side. And the more that takes place, the more we see inequality in the economy, the more the stagnation shows up in our daily lives, the more it sounds like the Marxists are onto something here.
Yeah, we are. I mean, so far we are 9.5 minutes into the video now, almost. And he hasn't said a single point about why any of this is wrong. He's implying it, that there's a Marxism, quote, problem. What is wrong exactly? Like, I'm really still waiting for that. Now we're going to look at the Federal Reserve balance sheet. What does this have to do with the Marxism problem? This guy's like totally just floundering.
So let's put some numbers behind this. Let's look at the statistics from the United States. And as I've shown many times before, the silent depression is worldwide. You can see the same general patterns play out all over the world. But in the United States, as early as the fourth quarter of 2008, just after Lehman Brothers, AIG, and all of that stuff, U.S. real GDP was already 1.28 trillion behind its pre-crisis trend. So already a trillion plus in the hole. But after two QEs and a number of quote-unquote Wall Street bailouts, by the second quarter of 2011, falling further behind, just in measurement from GDP. And this doesn't account for all of the quarters that lost so much output that never happened. This is just the single quarter snapshot of how far behind we were becoming. By the end of the third and fourth QE, toward the end of 2014, real GDP is now 3.03 trillion behind. By 2019, at the dawn of the pandemic, we're 4.3 trillion behind. You see the pattern here.
Yeah, it's like capitalism's having a massive crisis that they might attempt to resolve in a world war, which is already sort of seems to be brewing between Russia, China, and the other BRICS countries, and USA, NATO. There are some signs, particularly with Russia, of like the conflict in Ukraine. There's also some sides flipping going on in West Africa. And so, yeah, it seems like there is, the situation is ripe for a redivision of the world. The quote unipolar time of the US was the sole superpower is coming to an end. And now there are other, there's this imperialist bloc that is giving the existing, more established imperialist bloc a run for its money, which they may resolve or attempt to resolve in a world war if the diplomacy and other negotiations and the kind of trade war doesn't fix it adequately. So yeah, I mean, very good. Capitalism is going into crisis. It never really fully got out of the crisis that started in 2008. Correct. So tell me why the system should be allowed to keep going?
We keep falling further and further and further and further behind. And despite all of the booming inflationary economics of the last several years in the post-pandemic age, real GDP as of the first quarter of 2024 is a staggering 6.2 trillion behind the pre-2008 trend. Stagnation, malaise, inequality. Those terms would not apply, or not apply as nearly as much, if GDP was anywhere close to that pre-crisis trend. Can you imagine what it would be like with 6 trillion more in output? That's almost a third bigger of an economy that's a third greater the size of what it is actually now. A hell of a lot of the problems in the US, political, social, and otherwise, would not seem so insurmountable.
Okay, yeah. So there was a major crisis in 2008 that still is lingering, and the managers of the financial system are trying their damnedest, as we just covered in the last segment, to try to keep it from blowing up again. And actually, you should thank your lucky stars for like that it hasn't crashed further and sooner. That they have been taking all these measures to try to shore it up, and eventually it will hit because they can't kick the can. They keep kicking it down the road. Eventually, the can is so big it just breaks their foot. But they are doing this in the name of keeping capitalism alive. Like if they weren't doing this, and the 2008 credit crunch had just gone into complete, economic stoppage around the world, oh, you better believe me, Occupy Wall Street would not have been. There wouldn't have been a debate about does capitalism work or does it have a future. It would have been patently obvious it has no future. And I think that what we were just covering in the last segment, what we're about to find out in the coming few years is that all the things that it did to try to juggle the economy and keep it, out of that ditch, when that finally stops working and they don't have any more tricks, I mean, as short of World War, it's going to be patently obvious, just as the same way as it would have been had they not bought all this time. So again, I mean, this guy covers this stuff on his channel all the time. But so if not capitalism, like who is to blame? Because if capitalism is to blame, then yes, we should move on from capitalism and we should stop doing this system and we should stop letting the bourgeoisie like do whatever they want to do and have control of society and production and everything else. We absolutely should stop that and then start building socialism and seize power. If you want to allow capitalism to continue, and you're saying yourself it's stagnating, and what is the way out? Like, how do you think this is going to have a future? Because I'm telling you, it capitalism was born, it's living, and it's going to die, and it's in old age here, and the working class is ready to take its place, more or less. I mean, we have some organizing to do, but I mean, it could be done. It's been done, in fact, in the past, and then that got beaten back, but it definitely can be done. We have the receipts to show, the historical evidence to show this can be done. So I don't know, where does he think all this is going?
And we look at the same thing with incomes. And there are enormous downstream impacts for all of this. This is not just about lost economic output or opportunity. We also have to consider what that has done to quality of life, to people's lives, the participation rate, suicides, drug abuse, all of the major social ills that have seemingly amplified in the last 15 years. That's because they have. Now, economists have flipped this around and blamed us for everything, that we're too drug addicted and lazy and won't go back to work. And that's the reason why the economy never recovered, when it actually is the other way around.
Wow. So he actually isn't victim blaming there. Very interesting. So he's actually saying that it isn't a problem of like personal responsibility or whatever else. Is he becoming now a SOCDEM, or like, what is this?
Drug epidemic itself is a product of the malaise and stagnation, not the other way around. And it continues to go further and further downstream. Consider the case of the Chinese. The Chinese are under a multi-year, maybe multi-decade process of living out late stage and end stage capitalism. After Mao Zedong passed away and Deng Xiaoping took over in the 1970s, he initiated special economic zones, which was a limited experiment with capitalism.
Yeah, and this was an un-Marxist course of action. I mean, he's trying to say, I think that even socialism thought capitalism was better. No, socialism was undermined.
Because again, the communists realize capitalism is how you create wealth. And the Chinese...
It's not because they realize that's how you create wealth. It's because the bourgeois line won out in the party. You had people wanting to do capitalism. Why? Why did they want to do it? Because, I mean, it was dressed up in this rhetoric of everything we just read about the productive forces and, anyway, putting that first, middle, and last. But it's not, that's how they dressed it up to try to ideologically sell it with some Marxist dressing. But they did it because the bourgeoisie wanted to be allowed to do capitalism. Why? Why does anyone want to do capitalism? To get rich, to profit at the expense of others, to exploit people's labor, and so on. That's why they did it. It's not because of their stated reasons of we're going to do this to develop faster and this and that. That was a cover. They were developing quickly with the socialist construction that they were doing for the time that they were doing it, and they would have been better off staying on that path. Capitalism was reintroduced because an aspiring bourgeoisie, and remember that in even under Mao, the national bourgeoisie was considered part of the people rather than the enemy. This is somewhat beyond the scope of this video to go into that right now, but you had the bourgeoisie right there is the point. And what did they want to do? They wanted to do what all capitalists want to do. They wanted to get richer. So they won out, and the bourgeois line in the party, succeeded in creating openings for capitalism to develop. And guess what happened? They got rich. Not a huge surprise, but it has nothing to do with socialism, as we were discussing in an earlier segment.
Realized they were way too far behind to have any hope of transitioning into that final socialist paradise that they're always talking about. So they embarked upon a globally aligned limited form of capitalism with the revolutionaries always on top for decades and took advantage of the Eurodollar system's globalization wave and became a truly mostly prosperous society. But since 2000...
So actually, I said, is he going to become a SOCDEM? He's sounding more like a multipolarity guy. As like, has he been listening to Danny Haifong or something? Because that's what it sounds like.
In really 2011 and 2012, ever since Xi Jinping took over, they've realized the Great Recession was not actually a recession. It was the opening act of the Silent Depression. And living in that Silent Depression meant that China had to enact its socialist roots, go back to them. In other words, common prosperity, which is the slogan that Xi Jinping has given out in recent years, is really about what does China do in the face of what they're seeing as late stage and end stage Western capitalism. They see all the signs of inequality in their own system as well as outside, and stagnation. It is a sign to the communists in China, it's time to go back to communism. We made
So yeah, he really is doing, this is exactly what we were just doing in the first thing against Dengism, is that they're going to press the communism button because they've realized that capitalism has sort of expended itself or whatever. No, they're bourgeois, they like being rich, and they're going to keep doing that until the ends of the earth, basically. You know, they have convinced everybody, including, you know, this guy apparently, that they're actually doing communism and they're just, you know, playing like 8D chess and so on, but they're actually just revisionist, period. So yeah, no, this is going in more of like the multipolar thing, but where does this end up? Like, what does this guy see as the final conclusion? Like, okay, you know, his line here is basically like, China tricked us. They did capitalism so that they could get this big boom. And then as capitalism kind of dries up or has its final crisis, they're going to go, quote, back to socialism. And then what? Like, he clearly is an opponent of that. Like, he's talking about the Marxism problem. Well, how do you fight that? I mean, because so far he has not made any case that capitalism is not having a final crisis. He has not made any case that capitalism isn't in its death throes. In fact, it sounds to me like he does believe that, but doesn't want to believe it. And in fact, that's like the amount of doom and gloom coming out of this guy's channel, I do feel like is, that probably is what he believes, but he can't bring himself to like, he's still like full of that anti-communism. And he's like, no, the Marxists are taking over. Well, what are you going to do? Well, capitalism's dying. Yeah, okay. And that's a historical process. It's going to happen. Then what are you going to do? And he doesn't have a then what. It's just react, react, react. Is it like what? Is it gold? Is it Bitcoin? Is it just, this is where people start embracing Mad Max, because it's like they take better dead than red literally. You know, better the earth just undergoes a mass extinction and everybody's driving around as an atomized individual in their like weaponized sports car. You know, better that than do this, quote, Marxism thing where the tentacles of the masses actually, you know, run things to meet human need. Oh God, the horrors. Like, I'm trying to unpack this, and there's only 4.5 minutes left in this video. And, oh, by the way, he didn't do his typical pitching his Eurodollar University in here. So he's like pretty firmly on target. This is clearly like a topic of concern for him. But anyway, let's see where it goes.
Our economic society, we made the economy prosperous. It's now time to step in and carve everything up. There is actually good news in all of this. And the good news is, well, it's in the form of history. Let's go back to November 14, 1939. Madison Square Garden is filled to the...
Wow, we're talking about Browder. This is hilarious. Everything we're doing on the channel right now is coming together. Awesome.
Maximum, actually overflowing capacity crowd of 22,000 people deep in the heart of capitalist free market New York City. And they were there to hear a fellow by the name of Earl Browder, who was the USA Communist Party chairman. He had just been featured on the cover of Time magazine, which declared that communism is 20th century Americanism. And the communist doctrine that he had been talking about all that time, among other things, he said, the idea of storming of capitalism is maturing in the minds of the masses, rallying them around the party's program for the overthrow of capitalism and for the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat for a Soviet government. The bitter truth is rapidly being learned that Roosevelt and his New Deal represent Wall Street bankers, finance capital, just the same as Hoover before him, but carrying out even fiercer attacks against the living standards of the masses of the people. Because FDR kept preaching that the economy was fine. It was not necessarily booming, but it was recovering, in his words. He was telling people to stick with the way things were going because they were going in the right direction. And what the communists were doing at the time was saying it isn't going in the right direction. The economy...
Well, you don't have to be a communist to realize that. So if someone tells the truth, yeah, you're more likely to listen to them. If you hear FDR telling you that like things are going to recover and things are going to recover, and then years and years go by without any recovery, then yeah, you're going to go, maybe this guy doesn't really have my best interests in mind. Maybe he is lying to me. And maybe I will at least hear out the person who is saying that capitalism is done, it's only going to lie to you, and we actually have to get rid of it. Yeah, that makes sense. Although, I mean, it's not exactly like communism really became a mass movement at that point. And this guy obviously knows very little about the ideological struggle within the left between reformism and communism, you know, between reformism and revolution and everything else. But he's saying all this with such sort of conspiratorial flair, you know, that he's unmasked the big secret. There's not a single real revelation in this entire video so far. And so he's like, oh, we're going back to like when the government says that capitalism is working for people and it actually isn't, then people stop believing them. Yes. Anytime that someone lies to you, they lose credibility. It has nothing to do with communism. That's just like a basic principle. If someone lies to you, you stop believing them and you start looking around for somebody else who might have a more truthful explanation. But so we're going back to Browderism. Like, okay, congratulations. You found a headline that mentions Earl Browder, that the CPUSA had a rally at Madison Square Garden one time. By the way, I couldn't help but notice that he didn't have access to the full text, so we clearly didn't even read the article, just saw like there was a rally at one point. Which proves what exactly? Like what is that evidence of? What does that demonstrate? This whole thing is like grasping at straws, but like it's not even grasping at straws. This whole thing is just this guy sounding insecure and rambling about capitalism losing credibility. That's all I'm really hearing here. So I don't know if, you know, he thinks capitalism is gonna be on firmer ground if his, you know, crack team of like real estate speculators, used car salesmen, and the like take over the reins of society. Yeah, famously trustworthy people. I don't know of any jokes about, you know, used car salesmen or realtors for that matter, who definitely are held in high esteem by the masses, you know, with all of their tentacles and whatnot. I sincerely don't really know where this is going. And anyway, 3 minutes left.
He isn't recovering. The rich are getting richer, and this is the signal for revolution and end-stage capitalism. Communism in the United States was never so popular as the 1930s, except maybe perhaps the 2020s if we're not careful. But therein lies the good news. It didn't spread after the 1930s, not because of Joe McCarthy and the Red Scare, but because the economy got back on track.
Wow. How did the economy get back on track? How? How did it do that? So I think there was a thing called World War II, like mass sacrifice, mass destruction, just mass murder. That's how the economy, quote, got back on track. And as far as it not being the Red Scare or Joe McCarthy, what actually happened? What actually happened is the labor movement got stronger than ever during World War II. And as soon as the war was won, they launched the Red Scare and McCarthyism and all of the anti-communist hysteria to try to rein it back in. And then the US, being in that unique position that it was in the post-war scenario, did have a booming economy, except it shifted to a permanent war economy. So the only way that capitalism was able to even give the perception of continued prosperity was by shifting to a mass murder on a permanent basis economy. That's what it did. So if you think that system is worth defending versus just average working people getting experience running society for ourselves and not for profit, then fuck you. I mean, that's inhuman. So that's how capitalism has managed to perpetuate itself, with endless war, with the weapons industry, with environmental destruction, and so on. That's how it's perpetuated itself. That's not a system worth defending. It's not a system worth continuing. And, you know, that this guy sees it as a positive. That, well, at least we beat that whole communism thing. There was a world war. Tens of millions of people died. Entire cities were like reduced to rubble. You think that was worth it? Because that's what I'm hearing.
Capitalism wasn't done. It wasn't the final stage. It was just another one of those messy, painful, temporary deviations that we get in a free market society.
Wow. So what actually happened is massive destruction of capital, which is exactly what Marx and Engels described, even all the way back to the manifesto, one of the first things they ever wrote, which is that capitalism suffers overproduction crises, and then it throws people out of work in order to keep prices high. If it creates too much abundance, it will undermine its own profits. And so in order to maintain artificial scarcity, it has to go through a period of contraction, and all the excess commodities have to be consumed and used up. And then and only then will people be rehired to go back to the factories and start making more stuff. Capitalism maintains artificial scarcity to maintain itself. Capitalism emerges out of natural scarcity. In feudalism, there isn't developed industry. People are, subsisting and so on. I mean, the royalty gets more stuff, but I mean, even the standards that royalty live by are like nothing compared to, like what is possible under capitalism. But what happens after a certain point is capitalism creates enough abundance that there isn't natural scarcity anymore. And we can actually make enough for everybody. But that isn't good for prices and profits, and so they have to artificially maintain scarcity through the boom and bust cycle. And when it gets really bad, as into late stage capitalism, imperialism, which has existed basically since the beginning of the 20th century. And by the way, you don't have to read all of Lenin's Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, to understand at least the basics of that. There's a much shorter piece we do have on the channel called Imperialism and the Split in Socialism by Lenin from 1916. And he lays out the character of imperialism. I'll just read it quickly. We have to begin with as precise and full a definition of imperialism as possible. Imperialism is a specific historical stage of capitalism. Its specific character is threefold. Imperialism is monopoly capitalism, parasitic or decaying capitalism, moribund or dying capitalism. The supplanting of free competition by monopoly is the fundamental economic feature, the quintessence of imperialism. Monopoly manifests itself in 5 principal forms: cartels, syndicates, and trusts. The concentration of production has reached a degree which gives rise to these monopolistic associations of capitalists. 2, the monopolistic position of the big banks. 3, 4, or 5 giant banks manipulate the whole economic life of America, France, Germany. 3, seizures of the sources of raw material by the trusts or big business combinations. And the financial oligarchy. Finance capital is monopoly industrial capital merged with bank capital. 4, the economic partition of the world by the international cartels has begun. There are already over 100 such international cartels, which command the entire world market and divide it, quote, amicably among themselves until war redivides it. The export of capital, as distinct from the export of commodities under non-monopoly capitalism, is a highly characteristic phenomenon and is closely linked with the economic and territorial political partition of the world, which is the export of capital is basically investment, so like foreign direct investment. 5, the territorial partition of the world or colonies is completed. So that's Lenin describing the age of imperialism in 1916. So as it gets into imperialism, the crises become deeper and deeper, as Rajani P. Dutt describes in Fascism and Social Revolution. And you need bigger and bigger corrections to try to do anything with it, such as a world war, massive destruction of capital, where then production can go back in to replace a lot of the stuff that you destroyed. So according to this guy, that's a good thing. He'll be cheering for World War III because it's going to save us, maybe, from Marxism, from the tentacles of the masses. This is a bloodthirsty, genocidal position. And that is basically what it means to be defending late-stage capitalism at this point.
From time to time. And now here we are in the 2020s, after experiencing the 2010s, going through the same thing. So we keep feeding the Marxist machine. Every time someone says the economy is booming, you convince someone who might be on the fence
that has nothing to do with it. What makes people into anti-capitalists, and then hopefully they find themselves coming over to actual Marxism and Marxism-Leninism, which is the most scientific and developed form of anti-capitalism. What creates that is getting tired of being exploited. It's not that a capitalist lied. That's ridiculous. It's how many once-in-a-lifetime economic crises do you have to live through in a 20-year period before you realize, hey, I think something is seriously wrong. I can't get anywhere in my life. I can't meet normal, major cultural and personal life goals. I just simply don't have the opportunities, or I got an education and there's no opportunities for me to actually work in that, and so on. And that overall society is being held back from developing to a more peaceful, futuristic world where actually a better standard of living is possible for all. And we actually eliminate problems created by capitalism, like homelessness and like lack of adequate medical care and just overall not having a dignified life. That's what makes people hate capitalism, is that capitalism kicks them in the face. That's why people don't like capitalism. This guy is so fucking clueless, so out of touch, so despicable in his just sheltered ignorance about what is going on. It's just, it's just the people who run the economy lie. No, conditions are bad for people, you fucking jerk. And actually, he covers this in like every video of how there's a cost of living crisis. So this is super selective reasoning on his part, and total refusal to just connect the dots. The system you're describing doesn't work for most people. That's why we hate it.
The Marxists are onto something. Every time the stock market soars, it reminds them of how this capitalism, what they think of as capitalism, isn't...
Oh wait, what we think of as capitalism. So this guy's got the inside scoop. Capitalism isn't what it looks like. It's not actually a system where there's enormous inequality in the richest country in the history of the world. There are big tent cities and many people dying of preventable illnesses because they're denied medical care. No. That's just what you think capitalism is. Excuse me? So what's the real capitalism? Yeah, is this coming down to like, oh, they're doing crony capitalism, or that's not real capitalism? These fucking libertarian jerk-offs, it always is the same stuff over and over again. No, just let the petty bourgeoisie do it. We'll do it better. Give me a break.
Actually working. It's reached its final stage. It's time to take over, revolution for everyone. It's not enough to acknowledge and claim that free market capitalism created all of this prosperous society that we have around us. The Marxists agree with it. That isn't an argument that a Marxist would have with you.
Correct. Capitalism was at one time historically progressive. It contributed to human development. And then at a certain point, it holds back human development. And that's where socialism has to continue to, to bring the progress. Okay, we agree. So what is this guy saying? Like, it's just not at the final thing, or that's wrong, or what? Because I'm not hearing a real strong position there.
They understand capitalism creates wealth. It's when it...
Created. It did at one period of time. And now that is over. And now it is holding us back. And it's making us replay a loop of fascism and war and oppression and genocide. That's what it's doing now. At one time, it was historically progressive. That time has passed. It's pretty much that simple.
Reaches its end that the Marxists are waiting for. And that's where the argument needs to come in. We need to tell people it is not the end of capitalism and that there are other ways to fix the problem, not just to scrap it and go over to the socialist side. We need to truly
So I will just say here, he's in the last minute of this video, and I know he's going to do patron credits, so we got less than a minute here. What's your solution? He's just saying, we got to tell people capitalism's not done. Okay, except it is, but go ahead real quick, make your case that it's not done. I'll wait.
Understand and appreciate that it isn't just blind indoctrination. There is something else behind that, giving it credibility, and it's Jay Powell. The last 17
No, it's not Jay Powell. It's that people can't live our lives. That's what it is. It's that people go to school and they can't actually do advanced work because capitalism is deliberately holding back society in order not to endanger its profits. That's what it is. It's not Jerome Powell. Are you fucking mental? Where did you come up with that? This is the weakest argument I have maybe in like the history of arguments.
Have done nothing to convince them that they're wrong. Worse, it has convinced many poor and genuinely good people who are only searching for answers that the Marxists might just be onto something.
We are. And there are 46 seconds left in this video. He has not made any case. You know, if it's so easy to make a case that like capitalism is not done and it's not just going in a fucked loop of making fascist dictatorships and doing genocides and wars and spying and environmental destruction, etc., etc., etc. If it's so easy to make that argument, why don't you make it? I am not hearing it.
Getting out of this pre-revolutionary state requires that we admit there is a problem. It's not a Marxist problem per se, or even a capitalism free market problem. It's a problem with the economy. There is...
Oh my God. It's it's not a capitalism problem. It's an economic problem. Wow. 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 Go on though.
No boom. It does require care and attention. But step one is admitting that we have that problem. I talked about
That was remarkably non-specific, and that is the end of the video. Good job, dude. I'm convinced. There is some unspecified reason, maybe, why capitalism definitely isn't done. And it's just because Jerome Powell is saying things are okay that people don't like capitalism. Wow. Good job. You deserve every dollar you're getting from your fucking dupes of members of Eurodollar University. All right, he has like closing words where he pitches some other video. Let's hear his closing words.
silent depression. What is it? Where did it come from? What is the evidence for it? Well, that's the video I've got linked below.
Wow, that was terrible. That was so bad. But on the plus side, if this is the best that the capitalists are coming up with, I actually just became a lot more optimistic. Wow. All right, let's go back to the chat and we'll finish this out because I've been going for a long time today. I have a feeling I'm going to do more of these response videos because as the economy worsens, there's going to be more and more of these kind of freelance apologists, you know, here and there, trying to save their used car lot or whatever the fuck they're doing. So many SocDems LARP as, quote, Marxists. Yanis Varoufakis is an example. Yeah, that guy just launched a new channel and he's making a big push. I'm getting constant recommendations of him. We may have to take that on more directly. I know we've read some articles against Varoufakis before, but he is pretty terrible. This reminds me, I once saw a video about why communism cannot work from the Mises Institute, more libertarians. And they were like, in the USSR, they didn't have any roofs on the houses because the factories were paid by the ton. So they built big nails that couldn't be used to make roofs. And the clothing factories produced dresses too big so thin women couldn't wear them. And in traditional Mises fashion, they probably sat on a chair, imagined this happening, and assumed it is true. Yeah, I think anyone listening to this wasting your time with anything, even libertarian adjacent, like you need a major reorganization of your viewing study priorities. Yeah, according to LOLbertarians, the status quo is socialist. I mean, this guy had somewhat more. He was somewhat more informed. Like I said, I think that the guy is somewhat intelligent. He tends to pull like a lot of different data points together. But he had absolutely nothing at the end of this video. Nothing. It was just like, well, we have to convince people that capitalism isn't, tapped out and that it's not going to keep hurting them. But then he didn't make that case, like at all. Astonishing. I mean, it's just, do you not realize how bad that makes you look? When you're like, it's so easy. Okay, you do it. No. Okay. It's always so hilariously obvious when someone points to nebulous, quote, other enemies and clearly has never met one of them. Example, people of color, LGBT, communists, etc. Yeah, it's like the Marxist, we have a Marxist problem. He never at any point said anything was wrong with it except for just, he was trying to say that capitalism, is at a final crisis and therefore revolution is like a necessity. But, this is wrong. Capitalism still has life in it. He never really made the case that this wouldn't eventually be the case, that like, just that it's not the case now. And he didn't even really make a very good case. He didn't say anything was wrong with socialism either, really. This wasn't like an anti-socialism debunked video. That was so thin. I mean, that was 20 minutes of like nothing. Really incredible. 20 minutes of like, politicians, stop lying. You're making people not like us. No, they don't like the fact that they can't pay their bills and that they're worried about their kids' futures. That's it. That's what they're worried about. From the readings you have done, a lot of the analysis on fascism, hey Kevin, and United Fronts are things I see in Jackson's Blood in My Eye go over. Down to the intro where he says we must accept the inevitability of bringing the USA to its knees. Yeah, I saw your comments earlier. I haven't actually read that one yet, but it sounds like a lot of the anti-fascist points are similar. So getting another endorsement, Blood in My Eye, is so good. It pisses me off so much how much the bourgeoisie convinced all the rubes that Soros is communist and elites too. I once had a lumpy tell me that the EU, USA, and Russia are communist and working together to take away all our ownership and flood us with Ukrainian refugees to steal all our jobs and create communism. Now that is a big wound up mishmash. But as Marx and Engels said, there is uproar that the communists want to take away private property, but capitalism already has taken away private property for most people. So way ahead of you there. A lot of libertarians recycle talking points and imagery from The Eternal Jew. He reminds me of Tucker Carlson a lot. He thinks that the people who suffer do so because of their own personal failings. No, he actually said in there, it's not that. I mean, I feel like he agrees with most of what we say, but he has this fear of socialism so much that it's like we must cling to capitalism at all costs. Like, he wasn't coming out and saying like, yes, socialism eventually is going to take over, whatever. It's kind of just more like, I mean, he was really refraining from taking any hard stances on like anything. He was saying, they have a point and things aren't great and there is stagnation and this is that, okay, but what do you have to say about this? Like, do you agree? Because it kind of sounds like you do, except that you think that World War II and like, tens of millions of people dying and like all of the destruction and carnage was like somehow worth it just so Earl Browder couldn't give another speech or whatever. Like, what are you talking about? When the majority of the USA speculation economy collapses, are there any good book on what communists would do to help get things going again? I mean, I would just organize, like get the labor unions going, get the mutual aid societies going, do proletarian organizing, get, mass left action going again and fight for Marxist-Leninist education. That's what we need to do. And it's still not happening. Like every time that things let up even slightly, you get it took a 2008 for people to start talking about capitalism again. And then, you did get Occupy and this and that. But it's like as soon as people believe that they might squeak by, they just stop doing any of the heavy lifting. People have to be convinced to stay in the struggle and agitate, educate, and organize on a protracted basis. You can't do this stop-start stuff that the U.S. left is doing. It's like the U.S. left still thinks that this will all blow over somehow. We need them to understand that it won't. So we need to be able to take care of each other, but also fight for power and fight for control of industry and so on. It's going to be a miserable, bitter struggle, but that's what we have to do. I love how this guy thinks Marxists are everywhere and hugely powerful at the moment. Again, I wish. No, but I mean, he recognizes that there's channels like this one where, we're 30 people sitting around and talking about this stuff. And then like 1,500 or 2,000 people are going to go listen to this on various other platforms. So, I mean, and this is a society where at least we're at the stage where DSA is organizing heavily, and it varies greatly. Some places they're more an appendage of the Democratic Party. In other places, they're more independent and doing actual useful work. So, I mean, that's varies from situation to situation. But there is stuff going on. I mean, he's not wrong about that. But it's not, quite, I think, the way that he's thinking. But, I mean, just why he took it upon himself to make this video, I'm still not really sure, because that isn't the kind of thing he usually does. But he's like, communism is advancing because of the economy. I mean, that wasn't even his stated message in the video. It was that people are listening to Marxists because the Federal Reserve says things are better than they are. Well, no, it is because of the economy. It's because people can't live dignified lives and they're realizing that capitalism is the reason for that. So I feel like he even pulled back from his main thing because he had nothing, I mean, what was he going to say? And they're right. He's trying to do an investment channel. Analysis without a shred of empathy. I only bring this up because the bourgeoisie think that they're hot shit, but it's mostly speculative markets and gambling with us poors as the underwriter with our taxes when they fuck things up. Sorry, this shit is triggering me. Got a lot of bad memories from 2008. As you should. As you should. Yeah, and somebody replied, I feel you. The clown car of capitalism is going to continue to do this until we end it globally. And then, yeah, a couple of predictions, he's going to blame the Fed. He even blamed the Fed in the most roundabout way. It wasn't even like, oh, it's Fed policy. It's just like, oh, they tell people things are good. Okay. I didn't read the comments on that video, but I'd really be curious to what the audience thought of that. It was probably the comments were knee jerk, like Marxism bad or whatever. But do you think Xi Jinping is consolidating his power to achieve reform, to achieve a more socialist society? No, actually, you must have come in late, but good news. No, we did a whole segment actually earlier against Deng Xiaopingism, and there was a section in there on Xi is consolidating his power and blah, blah, blah. Short answer, no. But you can see that clip when we upload it. S4A was the one playing 8D chess all along. Team Tentacles. There you go. Tater Tube. We need somebody who's good at art. I need a anthropomorphic potato with tentacles for arms stat. Rage Against the Marxist Machine. There you go. Libertarian with libertarian with not even bourgeois aspirations, petty bourgeois aspirations. Nice. The world is so bleak, I don't even want to finish my dissertation. My friends think I'm crazy. I'm sick of us collectively harming the planet. I mean, you're not wrong. I think we're going to see... I mean, this is not academic advice, like you do you, but I will say for me directly, I think that there's going to be massive environmental crisis, like that totally unignorable society disrupting environmental crisis within our lifetimes, clearly, and it has directly affected my plans. Because, education and everything else, first of all, I'm strongly pro-education. So a lot of people are like, oh, college isn't worth shit or whatever. No, I am strongly, strongly pro-education. It can make you a much better person. And yeah, being taught by people who actually know how to teach and have something worthwhile that you want to learn, whatever that is, can definitely make you a better person. That said, I was going to do some very advanced education and some other stuff. I definitely revised my plans, like, of just a feeling of, do I have enough the way that I am, and what are my actual priorities if, there is something terrible that goes down in 20 years. Like, I definitely bumped back the timeline of, like, my goals of what I'd really like to accomplish in my life, because I do think that well before the end of my life, there's going to be life disrupting, society disrupting stuff that, well, let me put it this way also. Already up to this point, I have made plans repeatedly, which by the time it came time to do like phase 2 or 3 of the plan, already the social conditions and the assumptions that I made when making the initial plan had changed so substantially that I couldn't even carry out the plan anymore, and I had to make a new plan. And then the new plan was based on the assumptions of that time when I was making the plan. And by the time I got halfway through the plan, everything changed again and I had to make a new plan. That's already happened to me like 3 or 4 times in my adult life, where just the way I thought things were going to be, like, and had every reason to expect that they were going to be, they didn't end up being that way. And so, yeah, let me put it this way. All the apocalyptic environmental stuff, I've kind of, it's not that I've stopped planning, but I have definitely changed some of the parameters on the plans that I make, where it's like, I mean, the environmental thing is one factor, but it's like, it's getting increasingly hard to just make simple plans anymore because things are just changing so chaotically. So, yeah, I mean, I hear you on like your dissertation and whatnot. I mean, if you've gone that far, you might as well finish it if it's not like costing you a ton of extra money. But for sure, I thought life was going to be one way, like when I was a kid especially, and then grew up, things totally changed by the time I was 20, and they just keep changing like every 4 or 5 years. So, I've gotten to a point where I'm like, all right, my goals definitely need to be, I mean, I have long-term aspirations for my life, but it's like, as far as plans per se, I definitely have to try to make plans in more of a 1 or 2 year time period, maybe 3 at the most. Because you're like, 3 years from now, who knows what things are going to be like then? I mean, that's how chaotic it is, but yeah. Libertarians are so unbearably embarrassing. Why is he doing this comical vocal fry? Who is he trying to impress? This guy's got like 80,000 subscribers, by the way. I got so much hope from this video for my future. Capitalism does pave the way for socialism, yeah. How are you going to try to impress people while also being wrong about everything? Quote, Marxists might be onto something, but I need to find reasons why they are not. Sources out of my ass. And then he wasn't even able to pull anything out of his ass. That was so stupid. Why? All right, time for self-criticism. I picked too easy a video. That was so stupid. Why did you play that? That's easy mode. You didn't have to dunk on him that hard. Getting inspired by the downfall of Drake. I'm sorry. Did this guy getting dunked on trigger you? I have actually watched like probably 50 videos from that guy, because he does all kinds of like obscure stuff about the copper futures market and all kinds of other stuff. And, this all started for me with trying to understand the housing crisis. That's how I started watching these channels. And then you listen to him for a while and you're like, wow, reactionary petty bourgeois politics have not improved at all. And so now this is like, kind of like in the Bernie campaign, I wound up watching a bunch of like Humanist Report and Kyle Kalinske, just because they were covering the horse race from day to day of like the primaries and all that. And so I wound up watching it. I became familiar with the ins and outs of like all their foibles and just kind of the deficiencies in what they were saying. And same thing. It's like I've been following these channels because of the housing crisis, and then you like are able to critique their politics after a while. So anyway, but I saw this video and it's about communism, and he's like, communism is advancing because of the economy. I'm like, Is this guy unwittingly doing dialectics here? We have a dialectical materialist on our hands. But no, in fact, he ended up saying absolutely nothing. I hadn't watched that video before. S4A punching down as hard as he can on that. No, that guy's got a channel. It's like 4 times as big as Socialism for All. This was great. All my capitalist stand coworkers need to hear this analysis and beat by beat refutation of stupid arguments. Thanks as usual, S4A. My friend made his academic thesis, God Let People Work Less. You don't know how much you helped me in my 30 credit Death of Socialism module. Nice. Yeah, we'll see. I'll do at least one stream per month, maybe more, and we'll just go to the end of the stream. Where is this clip uploaded? It'll be uploaded to youtube.com/@socialism4all. Reventure got real fucked up about migrants stealing jobs, so I checked out. Yeah, that was pretty bad. Like I said, he was one of the more neutral ones, but even he is not immune to the occasional piece of like right-wing bullshit. Capitalism is the most efficient economic system, except for when some warehouse worker kicks a bag of rocks. All right, folks, we are done. We hit the 5.5 hour mark. I'm going to call it there. So thanks everybody for showing up. This will be uploaded hopefully by the weekend, I think, but there's nothing super like time sensitive. So maybe not. Anyway, I appreciate you all a lot, seriously. And this has been a good chat, but I'm going to head out because I get something to eat and do some other stuff. So we'll see you next time.